A very good morning to all esteemed ladies and gentlemen and fellow enthusiasts. We welcome you to the final day of the 26th National RESC Conference and the 11th National Conference on Language Assessment 2024. Today, we begin our shared adventure of learning and creativity. Our esteemed speakers are ready to inspire and share their valuable knowledge with you. We have 3 upcoming plenary sessions and a workshop conducted by the US Embassy Colombo today. In case you missed the chance of being here in the previous 2 days, let me remind you the themes of this year's conference, and that is making English language teaching ready for the era of generative AI, and the emphasis will be on challenges, motivation, and readiness. And with all this, let's engage, connect, and push the boundaries of our understanding. Together, let's make this conference a memorable and a transformative experience. Before moving on with the day's proceedings, we have a small announcement to make for the participants that you have to log in with your surname followed by your initials and the province you're from. Let me repeat that again. You have to log in with your surname followed by your initials and the province you're from. And also there's another request to make, that you have to switch on your cameras whenever you are asking questions from the session. Thank you. So, without further ado, let's start with today's proceedings. Let me now call upon Ms. Indumini Darshika, Deputy Director of Education, English and Foreign Language Branch, Ministry of Education, to introduce the first plenary speaker of the day, Professor Bimali Indraratna, Department of Languages, Kotalavala Defence University, Sri Lanka. Ms. Indumini, over to you.
Good morning to you all. It is a great honor to introduce Bimali Indraratna, our esteemed plenary speaker for this session. With an impressive career spanning over 27 years in the field of linguistics and English language teaching, Professor Bimali Indraratna has made significant contributions to the field of education, research, and professional development. Professor Bimali Indraratna holds a PhD in Applied Linguistics from Lancaster University, UK, and an MA in TESOL from the same university. Also, she possesses an MA in Linguistics from the University of Kelaniya. Her academic journey began with a BA from the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, showcasing her commitment to advancing knowledge in her field. Currently, she serves as a professor in ELT at the Department of Languages, Kotalavala Defence University, Sri Lanka, and she has previously held prestigious roles, including Associate Professor in Applied Linguistics at the University of York and Postdoctoral Fellow at both King's College, London, and Lancaster University. Professor Bimali Indraratna has a distinguished track record as a principal investigator and co-investigator on numerous prestigious research projects, securing substantial funding to advance inclusive practices and improve English language teaching globally. Her dedication to promoting equity in education has also earned her a reputation in language teaching and research. Professor Indraratna has been recognized with several prestigious awards and scholarships throughout her academic career. She was one of the 3 finalists for the Best PhD Dissertation Award by the American Association for Applied Linguistics in 2019 and was one of only 25 recipients of the highly competitive ESRC Global Challenges Research Fund postdoctoral fellowship in 2017. She received a PhD scholarship from Lancaster University's Department of Linguistics and English Language and was awarded the esteemed Hornby Scholarship by the British Council 2011-2012 to pursue a master's degree in English language teaching in the UK. Professor Bimali Indraratna is a prolific researcher and scholar whose work spans second language acquisition, inclusive education, and language assessment. Her scholarly contributions include widely cited journal articles in renowned publications such as Studies in Second Language Acquisition, TESOL Quarterly, and the Journal of the European Second Language Association, demonstrating her expertise in both theoretical and practical aspects of language education. She has also contributed significantly to understanding dyslexia and inclusive practices in language teaching, particularly in Sri Lanka. Beyond journal articles, Professor Indraratna has authored teaching materials, research reports, and book chapters, further establishing her as a key figure in applied linguistics and education. Professor Indraratna has delivered numerous impactful keynotes and plenaries at prestigious international and regional conferences, focusing on inclusive teaching, learning difficulties, and language education. Her addresses emphasized practical solutions for learning disabilities and the integration of inclusive teaching strategies, notably at events in Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. She also facilitated a panel discussion on inclusive practices in English teaching at the SLELTEC conference. Professor Indraratna was the plenary speaker in South Asia, Mexico, and Pakistan, addressing topics such as inclusive practices in ELT, neurodiversity, and teacher awareness of learning difficulties. She conducted workshops on vocabulary and reading skill development tailored for learners with specific learning difficulties, emphasizing practical classroom strategies. She has held a variety of key roles, demonstrating her leadership and expertise in both educational and administrative capacities. As an examiner, Professor Indraratna has contributed to the academic rigor of several prestigious institutions, including serving as an external examiner for the NA TESOL program at the University of Bath and for the BA English and TESOL program at NIBM Sri Lanka. She has also worked as an IELTS and Cambridge ESOL examiner for the British Council and has examined NA thesis for multiple Sri Lankan universities. In her administrative capacity, Professor Indraratna has served as a member of the Senate and Board of Studies at General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, and she chairs the Exceptional Circumstances Affecting Assessments Committee at the University of York. Additionally, she is the Deputy Research Centre Leader at the Centre for Research in Language Learning and Use, University of York, and has previously led the MA in Applied Linguistics program at the University of York. We are truly fortunate to have such a distinguished expert with us today, whose insights and transformative work continue to shape the fields of applied linguistics and English language teaching. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Bimali Indraratna. Over to you, Professor.
So I'm sorry if you hear any slamming of doors and windows because I'm in Trincomalee, so it's you might hear some noises. So please excuse for that. Okay, let me share my slides. Okay, so the conference theme is AI and English language teaching. I'm sure that within the last 2 days, you may have listened to several talks on how to use AI in English language teaching and also teacher training, assessment purposes. So you may have seen a lot of AI tools that you can use for different purposes. So what I thought I would discuss today is how we can ethically use AI in language education and research, because AI is becoming very popular and also readily available, easily accessible. So in that case, we tend to use AI more often, especially as teachers, teacher educators, as well as students. Now, even for our own studies, we can now use AI tools. But we also need to think how ethical is it to use certain AI tools, and then where to draw lines, like whether we could use AI to the maximum, or whether we need to decide to where to draw the line. So that's what I thought I will discuss today. So please ask questions whenever you have questions. Please feel free to disturb and ask questions. Ask me to clarify points if you have. Also, I'll give some time towards the end for any questions. So let's start with a brief introduction to artificial intelligence. So this is a definition. So it's called intelligent behavior by analyzing the environment and taking action with some degree of autonomy to achieve specific goals. So artificial intelligence, so we have human intelligence. We talk about human intelligence, but artificial intelligence is like machines behaving in a certain way, analyzing content and taking action. So that's very similar to how a human brain functions. But then what's different is that unlike the human brain, artificial intelligence tools, they need input from outside in terms of, like, for example, the internet. So apart from that, it actually works, like it has some kind of analytical ability to analyze the existing information. So in terms of AI, if we think of English language teaching, assessment, teacher training, research, there are hundreds of possibilities where we can use AI. For example, we can easily create materials. Now, imagine you want to create a reading material for your class. You can easily ask ChatGPT. You can give a prompt, like, so you can give the title, like the area, the topic area of the text you need. You can specify the proficiency level of the learners, the length of the text. You can say, write 100-word text at in elementary level on this topic. So likewise, you can create materials very easily. You can also create assessments, like you can ask, again, if you use ChatGPT, you can ask ChatGPT to come up with multiple choice items for a text or a grammar test. So there are a lot of things that you can create using AI tools. Then individualized assignments you can create. So you can feed in the information of individual learners, their strengths and weaknesses, and then AI can generate individualized assessments. You can create quizzes. Also, you can create interactive videos using AI tools. You can create games. So gamification is possible now. Adaptive assessments, like so what happens with AI is, like, depending on the test performance of the test takers, AI can change the content that it is showing the learners or the test takers, and also it can adjust the difficulty level of the assessment. So that type of assessment is possible with AI, music and other compositions. So in terms of, like, if we think of higher education and research, AI can create literature reviews, and also AI can assist to write scholarly articles. If you feed in what you need, like if you feed in the data, AI can generate text. Then it can give multilingual support. So imagine learners don't understand some words in English, and they can ask AI to give the Sinhala version or Tamil version. So some kind of multilingual support is available. And then AI can differentiate the learning, specifically for learners with special needs, different disabilities. So AI can be used to accommodate such learners. AI can be used to mark your assessments. Like AI can grade if you feed in, like, if it is writing. So if you feed in the writing rubrics and also assessment criteria, AI can grade the writing. You can use AI to plan lessons. It can generate different types of reports. Again, you feed in what you need and then you get the report. Story generation, a lot of story. So you can again give some prompts and then you can get the story created. So art creation is possible now, video creation, image creation is possible. Also, AI can suggest appropriate research methods for a researcher. Also, you can do research data collection. So the possibilities are endless in terms of how we can use AI in our field. But the problem is, like, one thing is to what extent we can use these, and then how ethical is it to use all these options, although they are freely or readily available. The other thing is AI is becoming freely available now. So like ChatGPT, you can do it, you just need the internet. So because of that, even students nowadays use a lot of AI tools. So as teachers and teacher educators, we need to know what AI can do. Then only we can understand whether the students, particularly students, whether they use AI ethically. Even us, when we use AI, whether we follow any ethical practices. So these are some of the commonly available AI tools that we can use, like Canva, so Magic Write online AI text generator, then reading and writing, you can see ChatGPT here, so auto pen option. There are so many AI tools. These are like only a very few AI tools which are currently available. So I would like you to think, like, we discussed there are several possibilities where we can use AI, but think about these options and you can turn on the microphone and tell me, like, which ones do you think are ethical and which ones do you think are unethical in terms of AI use. So if you look at these 7 possibilities.
Third one is unethical, madam. Use
Which
an
one?
AI tool. Third one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
First one ethical, ma'am.
Third one
Okay.
is and how about the last one?
Yeah. Okay. Research data. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Third one and last one, ma'am.
Third one, use an AI tool to write a formal assignment, and the last one, use AI to generate research data. Okay, so it seems like a lot of you agree that third and seventh one are unethical. But what about number 5? Use
And the
AI
one
tools
before
to mark,
and one
assess,
before the last, madam.
generate formal reports.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So fifth one, what do you think? Like, if you mark students' assignments using AI, do you think it's ethical or unethical? What's your idea?
I think it depends on the assignments.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. If it is formative, probably. Also, okay. Any other ideas? Like, what about the fourth one? Use an AI tool to do error corrections before submitting a formal assignment.
I think it's ethical.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay, if like, imagine you ask students write an essay, formal essay, and then they use AI and do all the error corrections and submit the essay. But you are an English language teacher, so what do you think of that?
If it marks all the errors in the paper, it will be confusing for the child.
Yeah, what I mean is, now the child uses AI, so he or she writes the essay and then use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to correct all the errors, and then he or she submits the error corrected version for you to mark.
Do you mean grammatical errors when
Yes,
you say error correction?
grammatical errors, vocab errors, any errors. So because the AI can detect all the errors, right? So
Then
AI helps the
There's
child
no,
to, yeah.
then we
so
won't
there's
be able
no
to get the correct standard of the child.
So especially in our field, this we need to think whether this is acceptable because our job is to see whether the students are at the correct proficiency level, whether they need any language help. So if we allow learners to do the error correction using AI tools, we may not be able to assess their true ability, true language ability. So there are issues like this, although sometimes like we don't think, okay, we think, okay, it's okay to do the error correction, but in terms of assessment, so can we come to proper conclusions if we get AI generated text or AI helped, AI assisted text, right? So unethical in terms of like sometimes from the point of the teacher, also sometimes from the point of the learner and also institution. So we need to think whether we can allow we can use AI as teachers. So teacher trainers, we can allow learners to use, but then where are we going to draw the line? What are we allowing them to do? Now if I take the fourth one again, to what? So because somebody asked whether it's grammar errors, right? So can we say, okay, you can correct only the grammar errors or only vocabulary errors using AI? So where are we going to draw the line? So these are some of the questions which we do not still have answers to because AI is new and it's becoming popular. And then there are all kinds of other issues, right? So I'm not going to answer the questions like these questions, but then towards the end, we'll discuss what we can do in terms of, making sure that everybody gets a fair chance and whether, and we being able to assess learners accurately. Okay, so I'm going to discuss few scenarios in terms of AI and ethics. Now, the first one is it's not from in our field, it's from the medical field. I'll give you a couple of seconds to read this one. So you can see in this study, they found that 40%, 48% of the urologists use ChatGPT and other language models for medical research. So they didn't use it for patient care, but there are some people like who use it for patient care. So what the paper concludes is like they say it's about compromising academic integrity and also misleading information, false information. Now, so if we start searching for some if we use the internet for some information, now how can we trust if we use AI to detect something? How can we trust? Who is giving us the assurance that this is trustworthy? What AI says is trustworthy. So this is one of the problems in terms of using AI. So here, this one, like I said, this is in the medical field, so it's kind of like it could be very serious. Even in our field also, we can ask AI tool to give us information about a topic. But then who is going to check? So if your students use AI, so you ask them to write about solar system, and then they use AI to find out information. But can you trust, or can the students trust the information? Is the information correct? Who is going to check? How are you going to check? So these questions are there when using AI. So trustworthiness of what the tools are providing. Okay, so read this scenario. This is very interesting. This happened in 2020, but please read this. So what happened was, so the A-level exam was, it was not possible to hold the A-level exam due to the pandemic. So then they used an algorithm to determine students' scores. So then, it was found, like, it was estimated that almost 40% of the students received grades lower than they had anticipated. So because there was no exam, so the algorithm was asked to determine these students' scores based on their previous exam results. There are different variables that they used, and then they came up with scores. But then what happened was, like, students felt that their true score was not portrayed by this algorithm, and also there was bias. Now, if you read the second paragraph, you can see that where there was a small number of students, their grades were higher than anticipated. Those last one by 4.7% points, more than double the rate for state comprehensive schools. So the question was whether the grades were correct, whether there was any bias in the assessment, right? So because AI tools work in a particular way that it can only analyze the data that is fed in or available. So there can be data which is not available to the AI tools. So then their assessments, their scoring, those can be faulty. So this was an occasion where this became problematic, like how AI determines students' scores and students' performance. So this is the second scenario that I wanted to show you in terms of AI use and ethics. Right, so let's go to the third one. Now, this is an assessment question, right? So imagine you give this assignment. Write an assignment on different types of reading techniques. Now, imagine you teach at a teacher training college, and then you ask students to write this assignment. So word count is there. So you say use at least 5 academic sources. Okay, let me show you what happens if we use AI tools. So I guess you can see my computer screen, right? So can you see ChatGPT on my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. Let me paste that question, assignment question. So you can see the citations. Okay, so in like 5-6 seconds you get the assignment. So your assignment is an academic essays, but then what happens is, like, you just type it on ChatGPT and you get the assignment. So the question is, like, is it ethical? Can we mark that? Can we detect that? So if somebody gives you like a printout of this assignment, can you detect whether that is AI generated, whether that's the person has written that? So how are we going to determine this? So this is another question of AI use, AI ethical use of AI, right? So this is that is the third scenario. This one is from assessment. Okay, so let me show you two more examples, two more scenarios, right? So we can create, in terms of like AI now, we can create videos, right? So let me show you an example. So this is AI video generator. You just type something here. So let's type so here you can see, I guess you can see my screen, right? So here you can see add face. You can actually upload a picture. Now I can upload my picture. So the video will be of myself writing on the whiteboard. So you can generate, you can ask, so ask the, it will take about 8 minutes, so I will not do that. So this is a video I generated previously. I asked this tool to create a video of a teacher teaching English in a school, right? So this is the video. And it's so easy to do this nowadays using AI tools. Now the problem here is, now here you can see add face. Like I said, you can upload any image. I can upload my image, but I don't know where my image will end up after that, because now if I upload it, it's freely available for anyone. So then that image can be used to create other types of videos, other types of material. So without thinking, sometimes we do these things like upload our images, but then what we do by doing that is like making this content available to anyone. Especially imagine like you want to make your learnings, make your teaching very interesting, interactive. So you take students' pictures and then create videos like this. Your purpose can be very genuine, right? But the problem is we don't know where these get set and who have access to these materials and images. And also, I'm not sure whether you remember, I think about 2 years ago, there was this advertisement in Sri Lanka where they created AI video of some singers. So then again, problems like ethical problems can arise, right? So this is another thing. Now, yes, AI is available. We can create all these materials, but then in terms of ethics, where are we going to end up, right? I'll show you another example. So this is Padlet. I'm sure you are familiar with Padlet. Now you can actually create, Padlet has AI Art Studio now. So you go here, you can write like you want to create an image, let's say a teacher teaching kids, right? So you can say I can't draw, and then so Padlet can give you the image that you need. So it has 4 images. You just choose whatever you want. And then you publish. Okay, so here again, we need to, we can use like, storytelling, story creation, picture matching tasks and all this. We can use this again, but we need to again think like whether we are uploading any images and whether that is ethical. So these are some of the scenarios that I wanted to highlight in terms of like if we talk about ethics in AI use. Okay, so we did scenario 4. Okay, so the last scenario I wanted to discuss is there was this study in 2023. What they did was they compared, they compared the introductions of some research articles, human written introductions, and then they made ChatGPT write similar introductions, and then 8 assessors graded the introductions. So the findings were, so the assessors found that the ChatGPT generated introductions and human written introductions, in terms of quality, they are the same. And then it's actually they felt that ChatGPT GPT-4 introductions were a bit better in terms of readability, and also more assessors preferred the GPT-4 introduction. So this shows again, in terms of us, like as teachers, who always we need to assess our learners, look at their writing. So we may not be able to even spot the difference between AI generated writing and also human generated writing. So again, there is a question about ethics. Who owns the writing? So in this case, so the GPT-4 created introductions, who owns them? Who is taking the responsibility, right? So if there is something wrong, if the information is incorrect, then who is taking the responsibility in terms of research publication? So this type of ethical questions are there when we use AI in teaching, assessments, and also research. So briefly about academic integrity. When we say academic integrity, it's like not just in studies, but in any profession also. We need to comply with ethical and professional principles, standards, practices, and values. For example, copyright. Then if I create something that's like that belongs to me, and then I have the responsibility. So then to what extent can we protect the copyrights of people who create the original text? So these type of questions are there, and when it comes to academic integrity. Also in terms of research, now I mentioned that we can use research, we can use AI to do research. Like, AI can determine the research methods, they can show us the data collection tools, they can even come up with literature reviews and all these. But then what's the purpose of us doing research? Now we need to think about whether the genuineness of our research, right? So rigor, so how rigorously we engage in research. If we use AI, can it do that? Also credibility. Now, if we do data collection, when we analyze the data, so there is some credibility. We can say, okay, these are my participants, and this is how I collected data, and so I have the right, I can show anybody so what happened and the quality of the data. But then in terms of AI, if we use AI to do the same thing, so who takes the responsibility? Also transparency. If we use AI, so it lacks transparency in research and research writing. I think the most important thing is implications in terms of research. Now, imagine you conduct a study, and let's say you compare two teaching methods, like to teach vocabulary and grammar. To teach vocabulary, you compare two methods and you collect data from two groups and then you analyze, right? So then implications could be this method is better than that method, something like that. So you give the implications to the teachers. But then if you use AI to do the same thing, the implication, who is taking the responsibility of the implications? Because you haven't done it. So it's just the AI. We don't know whether the information is correct. So then we can't also trust the implications. So that type of questions, ethical questions are there if we use AI for research. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that we can't use AI, but then we need to be careful in how we use it, when we use it, and then for what purposes that we use it. So in terms of acceptable use of AI, again, this is a really gray area. Now, I'm pretty sure that you, I don't know if I'm wrong, you can correct me. I haven't seen, especially in Sri Lanka, I haven't seen guidelines on how to use AI in a particular field, right? So if you have seen, please let me know. Please mention that. It actually, these guidelines depend on many factors. So educational institutions should come up with their own guidelines. Like, for example, we have assessment guidelines. You can do this, you can't do this, something like that. So AI should be included, right? So, for example, if students write assignments, can they use AI? If so, to what extent, for what purposes? So these guidelines should be there, and whether AI is acceptable or not, it should be determined by these educational institutions. Then academic disciplines. Now, our field is English language teaching. There are other fields like computing, engineering. Probably in engineering, they might say, okay, you can write paragraphs using AI, but then can we do that in our field? Right? So we can't, because our job is to teach language. And then if we ask students to create paragraphs using AI, then we can't check their language. We don't teach language to them. So the acceptable use of AI, again, it depends on the academic discipline that we are in. Also, types of assessments. Right. So I was mentioning that. So it's better not to completely prevent students using AI, because they might anyway use it. So you can give the guidelines, like you can decide which part they can use, for which part they can use AI and for which part they can't. Right. So also, it depends on other things like the culture, regions where we are. So Asian countries and European countries may change the rules, and then also it depends on the country. Now, these are, like I said, gray areas. We don't really know exactly what we are doing with AI. So I think it's if you are a teacher, it's good to have your own rules in a way, until we come up with, like, more acceptable universal rules. So these are some of the issues related to using AI. Now, there can be bias, like I mentioned in the UK context, the scenario we discussed. So AI tools may become biased, right? So may favor some of the races, some of the religions, or whatever. So it can be biased. So also the content, like whether whether the content is correct. Also, are the tools universally accessible? So accessibility issue is also there. Then the privacy issue. How are they going to use our data? Now, like I said, I will not upload my image for that video because I don't know where my image would end up. Right? So how are they going to use our data, our information? So how are they going to use copyright material? So, like, the essay we wrote using ChatGPT, it can use different sources, but then will it give credit to the sources? So that's again problematic. Who is going to access our data? And then there are other concerns like transparency. Now, who developed these tools, these AI tools, and what's their business purpose? And what have these tools been trained to do? So these questions are also there. And accuracy-wise, is the content accurate? Can we trust the information? Is the content relevant? What about the authenticity and credibility? So all these questions are there when using AI in anything, like in particularly education, assessments, and teacher training, also content creation, all these areas. So also, although I showed you a previous scenario where there was a study, they found that ChatGPT introductions are very similar to human generated, but then there are other studies showing the opposite. So in this study, they found that AI generated texts are not really similar to natural human communication. So there are studies coming up like this as well. So we can think whether AI can do what humans can do. So these are some of the things for you to think. Accuracy. whether you can test the accuracy. So you get information, right? So I asked ChatGPT to give me different reading techniques, but are they correct? How can we see whether they are correct? Or whether they are research generated information. So that's something we need to think. So also you can then next step would be, can other credible sources outside of generative AI validate the items, right? So you can check with the other sources like published articles, books, to see whether AI generated content is accurate. That's another possibility. So also, how does the information generated by AI impact or influence your thinking pattern on this topic? That's because, like I said, AI can be biased. So you need to think about that. Who is represented in this data? Is the data inclusive in terms of material scope and perspectives? So inclusivity, we need to think, and also avoiding biases. So again, if we use student data, right? So if we upload something like a student essay and ask AI to mark it, then the data gets stored, right? So are we letting our students know that this is happening? Are we taking their consent? Because this data will be available probably forever on the internet. So what about privacy agreements, right? So these things we need to think seriously if we continue to use AI in our teaching and assessment. So some of the ethical practices are like if we use AI for content creation, for example, acknowledging the sources and tools. So we can acknowledge if we use ChatGPT for writing text, or if we use Padlet to create a story, create images. So to acknowledging is important, and also specifying the input given to an AI tool. Now, you saw how I typed on the AI tools, right? So the prompts, it's important to mention the prompts we have used if we are publishing something that we have created using AI. Then authorship, you can't cite AI as a co-author because AI can't take responsibility. So a human should take responsibility of what we are creating. And then you need to be careful. If you produce something written by AI, then AI can't take responsibility. AI will not take responsibility. But then if something is inaccurate, who is going to take responsibility? So it's very important that you check what AI produces. Also providing guidelines for using AI to all students. If you are a teacher trainer, probably to teachers. AI detection software. So Turnitin nowadays, they have this section called AI detection. There are other software. So are we using AI detection software, particularly when we assess learners' writing? So that's something we need to think about. Verifying the accuracy of AI content using other ways. Like I said, you can use original sources to check. Teacher training is very, very important on the appropriate use of AI. Also, institutional and national policies should be there in terms of how AI can be ethically used in education, not just in education, but in any field. Right, so these are the references, and thank you for listening. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have. Okay, then let me ask you a question. Now, what do you think of, like, have you thought about ethical use of AI, or is it like it's available and you just use it, like you don't think about it that much, or what's your stance?
Could you please repeat the question again, ma'am?
Yeah, so because nobody asked questions, so I asked the question, like, what to let's say until now, have you thought about ethical use of AI, or you just, it's like, it's freely available, you just use it?
So that was a question in our minds, but still we didn't know how to check it and all that. So anyway, it's good that you talked about these things, because we can think and decide, like we can give the draw the lines where they'll have to use and where they should not.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Vimali.
Yes.
I'm Mazni here. Hi.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say that every time, let's say I have my students as well, writing assignments, submitting assignments and all, I see that many of them are using ChatGPT, of course, yeah. So I always remind them that it's okay to take, but make sure that you paraphrase them and make sure that the sources are well cited and make sure that, all these happen so that it becomes a little bit ethical in that nature. Yeah.
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 Yeah, that's true. So that's why I said, like, you can't. Oh, I think we shouldn't.
We cannot say that
Yeah,
you cannot use
we
it.
shouldn't
Yeah.
stop them using AI, but then I think they need to know about ethics. Because it's like you can do there are endless possibilities, right? So there can be occasions where they don't use AI ethically. So I think awareness raising among students is also important, and giving them, like, strict guidelines on when to use, where to use, and how to use.
Hello,
Yes,
madam.
indeed. Yeah.
This is what, madam. We have to give a proper guidance to use the particular AI tools for them. If not, they will use it in another way. So it will be difficult to handle V2, because we want to analyze them their actual standard and how actual growth of the students. So because of this only, or we have to instruct them not to beyond always this AI tools.
Yeah. Also, there's another issue, right? So not just ethics, but then also it's an issue of creativity, right? So if they get used to use AI all the time, what about their creativity, their own thinking, right? So that can also be affected.
That is true, madam. Because of that only, always not to depend on that. We have to guide them to take their own creativity without beyond these things.
Yeah, I think one of the things we can do is, like, we can go for alternative assignments, not just like not writing all the times, but different types of assignments. Like, they go out. If we are in teacher training, probably we ask our teacher trainees to go out and do something practically. So maybe, like, we can reduce the amount of writing they do using AI.
Yeah, more project based. Yeah.
Yes.
Most of the time, if we do the practical, they can easily keep that in their mind and they can apply it in a proper manner.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a question, does overly using AI decline critical and analytical thinking? Well, I mean, it's possible, right? So I don't think there is any, I haven't seen any studies on that. But then if we always do something mechanically, like, we don't think, okay, we go and do ChatGPT, I think with time, we will not be able to think about anything. We will need the tool to do that.
I have a question. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Madam, if there's somebody who needs to be thorough on each of these, AI tools, would you recommend any package of tools to study for somebody to be thorough about?
You mean the AI tools?
Yes.
Okay, so the common ones are something like ChatGPT is very common and very easily you can use it. Like, you don't need to even subscribe. You can do the basics using that. I'll give you some names. Like, you can use Canva. So this AI video generator. There's something called, okay, let me show this. It seems this has a lot of options. Magic School. So you can create lesson plans, materials. So this is something you can try. Text scaffolding, presentations. reports, cards, images, texts, many options. So this is something you can try. Okay, I think our time is up, so probably we can finish now.
Thank you very much, madam. Your insights and expertise made a significant impact, and we are grateful for your valuable contribution. Once again, thank you for sharing your knowledge and making our event a success.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we are moving on to the next plenary session conducted by Dr. Noor Mazni Binti Abdul Karim from International Languages Teacher Training Institute, Malaysia. I'm delighted to invite Ms. Kalani Verosha, Assistant Lecturer, Department of English, NIE, and the National RESC Coordinators. Over to you, madam.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege to introduce our respected plenary speaker, Dr. Noor Mazni Binti Abdul Karim, a luminary in English language education and teacher development. Currently serving as an academic at the English Language Department, International Languages Teacher Training Institute, Malaysia, Dr. Noor Mazni brings over 2 decades of exceptional proficiency to her work. She holds a PhD in English language studies alongside a master's and bachelor's degree in TESOL, reflecting her lifelong dedication to academic excellence. Dr. Noor Masni's career encompasses roles in teaching curriculum development and educational leadership. She has actively involved in innovative interventions such as the post-secondary English language curriculum framework, and she serves as a mentor and holds the responsibilities for various TESOL programs. Dr. Noor Mazni has contributed extensively to the field of English language teaching, ELT, through research and publications that address critical aspects of language education like curriculum development, inclusive education, and student engagement strategies. The work includes studies on improving fluency and confidence among teacher trainees, classroom-based assessment practices, digital reading habits, and innovative approaches like language arts and ESL success stories in specialized schools. Beyond academia, Dr. Noor Mazni is deeply committed to community engagement, contributing as a facilitator for impactful programs both locally and abroad. Please join us in warmly welcoming Dr. Noor Mazni Binti Abdul Karim. Over to you, madam.
I think it's still morning in Sri Lanka. It's already afternoon here in Malaysia. Okay, good morning to all of you. I guess there are all education officers, I'm sure, lecturers, and also dedicated teachers of Sri Lanka. Yeah. And I'm sure there are also students who are doing their degrees and all in this session. Yeah. Okay. Actually, when Verosha asked me whether I'll be interested to present or not, when I looked at the topic or the theme for this particular conference, I told myself, wow, it's an interesting one. So why not? Thank you, Verosha. Okay. It's a pleasure actually, yeah, to be in this conference today. 26th International National Conference, yeah, on language assessment as well as and with the team making English language teaching ready for the era of generative AI, looking in terms of the challenges, motivation, and also readiness. And it is very timely. It has been there, but we need more exposure to that. All of us, especially when it comes to educators. Yeah. All right. Most of the discussions that I will also be talking about, Madam, was it Bimali just now? Madam Bimali has actually mentioned about what AI is all about. Yeah. The discussion that I will actually be bringing here will be more focused on the challenges, the hurdles, and how to actually make them become the opportunities that we can actually make use of in our classrooms or in the education field. Yeah. All right. When we talk about, as you can see, can we go to the next slide, Rosha? Okay. Everybody has been talking about this. AI is there to transform education, and it's very exciting to see these opportunities to be used in English language teaching, education in general, and specifically for English language teaching. And of course, having these kinds of intelligence coming in, we face these challenges, and also, in terms of how to actually make use of these AI tools that we have mentioned by Madam Bimali just now, how to make sure that they are used in the way that it should be used. Yeah. So there are challenges. So let's look at the first one. Now, actually there are many. Yeah. There are many to say. Yeah. But here I will try to look at just these three. First, the digital literary gap. When we talk about the digital literary gap, students, some students, you see, even teachers and educators for that matter, they may feel afraid to use AI, or they are unsure about using artificial intelligence, the tools in the classroom. And what makes them be very afraid or unsure about using this? One of it could be the cause of it would be they're worried about privacy. When anything related to online matters, privacy is also another matter that need to be thought about. Yeah. And many educators out there, and students especially, they lack the skills to use the technology, especially in under-resourced settings. Of course, in rural areas where the connectivity to online sources is a bit difficult, or not so available. Yeah. Another would be the fear of the content quality and relevance, because once a teacher tries to get hold of materials or whatsoever from the internet sources or whatsoever, they may lack this cultural sensitivity or alignment with the learning objectives. Sometimes, you see, AI needs prompts. Okay, when it comes to prompts, the teachers need to be creative. And once the prompts are not given accordingly, whatever materials generated won't be suitable sometimes to be used in the classroom. All right. So that is one thing. And when it comes to cultural sensitivity, even the person who is giving the prompts, the teachers or educators for that matter, need to give prompts which would, if they do not give prompts accordingly, the materials generated might not be suitable for the class that they want to use that particular material. All right. Another one would be the fear of teacher redundancy. Teachers, may worry that AI will replace their role in the classroom, as what Madam Bimali showed just now. A video of a teacher teaching in a classroom can actually be generated using AI. So the role of teacher in the classroom is taken away in this context. Okay, so that is another fear that comes across, that comes about, that need to be thought about. Okay, then let's go on to the next one, turning hurdles into opportunities. So these are the hurdles. These are the 3 hurdles. So how can these hurdles be turned into something that can be beneficial to the teachers and also to the pupils, the students in the classroom that are being taught, that the teachers are teaching? Yeah. All right. The next slide, please, Virosha. Further down, yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, we need to remember this. When we make use of AI tools, it actually helps in terms of having this personalized learning coming in. Yeah. AI can be helpful in the form of making materials generated to be more which goes by the students' needs, yeah, based on their proficiency and language learning pace. Here again, the prompts by the teacher would be the ones who would be helpful, which will be helpful in the teaching process, in the teaching and learning process. Yeah, when it comes to preparing materials, for example. Now, I've seen my practicum students who go out to teach in their 3 months of practicum session. They try to put in the learning objectives and then getting the learning objectives and proficiency level of the pupils in the classroom, and getting ChatGPT, for example, one of the AI tools, yeah, to generate a lesson plan having activities created for these different learning, these different proficiency background, okay, proficiency level in the classroom. And in a way, when the materials are generated, the materials generated actually could benefit all these different levels of proficiency. And not only that, they can also the materials and also the activities created by these AI tools goes by the different learning styles of the students. Okay, and the activities or the task sheets created could actually be used to for the same learning objectives, and different tasks is generated for the teachers to make use of in the classroom. Now, talking about having these different sheets or task sheets to be given to the class in the classroom for different levels of students, it can bring something like satisfaction for learning amongst the students. Take, for example, one activity which looks at being able to comprehend a text and answer a few comprehension questions. It can be generated in different manners so that the different levels of students are able to answer that particular comprehension question given to them. And that somewhat brings satisfaction to the pupils in the classroom. Yeah. And it creates that personalized learning context. Yeah. Then when we talk about having innovative teaching materials, once the tool is asked or to generate activities which can be very interesting and which can motivate the learners, and coming up with something innovative that can be used in the classroom, that actually helps to create that motivation amongst the pupils in the classroom. Yeah. Using AI, yeah, these unique and engaging material, yeah, can actually benefit everyone in the classroom. having different proficiency level. Yeah. And when we look at differentiated instructions, looking at the different learning styles and as well as the different learning styles as well as the different proficiency level. Because every time that most of the time the teachers enter classrooms, there will be students of different proficiency level. Yeah? So this AI can actually cater to these diverse classroom needs. Yeah. Giving all these different contexts or different content being used in the classroom. Yeah. So that is one way of making use of AI for in the process of teaching English. Yeah. And then let's look into the next slide. Further down, we look at another positive thing about using AI in English language teaching would be the enhanced feedback mechanism. Yeah. This particular thing about feedback will be discussed a lot in my session here. Yeah. Because as we are actually talking or typing to get responses from ChatGPT, that is one way of getting feedback from ChatGPT or any tool for that matter. And it can actually help the learners to identify their potentials and also identify errors, for example, yeah, that they can further improve, they can improve on. Yeah. And other than that, in terms of teacher focus, teacher can then focus on providing more feedback on content and critical thinking. Now, yes, ChatGPT is there as a guide at the background, for example. But when it comes to the teachers, the teachers need to be there. Sometimes, yes, we do say that when in the era of having AI, we always think there's no need to have a teacher in the classroom. But we have to think about having the personal contact with the pupils so that they can also learn from the AI tools as well as from the teachers. The teachers need to be there as well to guide the pupils in the classroom. Yeah. All right. Let's look at the next one. Yeah. These are examples of AI powered tools to enhance language learning motivation. Now, when we talk about language learning, we need to think about making sure that the pupils or the students whom we teach need to be motivated. Okay, they need to be given that sort of motivation so that they want to learn, especially when it comes to learning English in the second language context. Yeah, second language learning context. So they want to have that environment where they can be motivated, they can be engaged in learning. So one way of getting them to be engaged in the learning process would be using AI powered tools, right? It's simply by getting some kind of activity to be made more enjoyable, more fun in the classroom, especially when it comes to young learners. All right. Now, when it comes to tertiary level students, it would be carried out in a different way. But when it comes to young learners, a teacher can actually create interesting learning activities, fun learning activities, which can actually motivate the students. These are one of the, how you can actually take on the challenges that we face using AI, but looking at it in a positive manner, how AI tools can be made use in a positive manner in the classroom. Okay, so some of it would be the ChatGPT. Madam Bimali just now shared a lot, and I like it when she shared about the video presentation. You see, a video can actually be generated by using AI tools by just prompting, giving prompts to any kind of AI tools to make sure that it comes out with a learning session for a certain group of students. Okay, so some of it would be the ChatGPT. We will look into all these in detail in a while. Yeah, we have Duolingo, Louis Lisho, which you can actually explore later on your own. Quizlet, which Quizlet is actually something which is used by many teachers out there nowadays. It gets pupils to be very excited. Okay, we'll look into that later. Yeah, intelligent tutoring system. This was mentioned by Madam Bimali just now, and also the most common one, the Google Classroom, where you can actually have everything in the everything put or everything laid out in the Google Classroom, and you just send messages of what they need to do, and the students just go on. They are able to learn by themselves. Yeah, this Google Classroom, which actually has been used many years back, but it came into picture when the pandemic hit us. Yeah, COVID-19. That was a time when people thought about how to go about doing teaching and learning in the classroom, and Google Classroom came into picture, and it was fully utilized by all teachers and educators, yeah, all over the world. Yeah, all right, let's look at the next slide, looking at ChatGPT per se. Yeah, conversational language, looking at this ChatGPT in terms of conversational language practice. Yeah, again, looking at personalized feedback. You see, ChatGPT actually, when it is being used in real life, in real time, yeah, when it is used in real time, it can actually help. There are so many things that can be learned. A teacher can make use of this ChatGPT to teach grammar, to teach vocabulary, how to write, for example. And then at the same time, a teacher is able to give valuable insights that help students to at the end of the day, to refine their language, at the end of the day, to make sure that they are able to use the language in the classroom. And that would come as in the picture when students write or speak to ChatGPT, because ChatGPT, you can also actually use your voice recording, voice to actually ask questions and get feedback from ChatGPT. Yeah, immediate responses can be are given. Yeah, and these responses include sometimes corrections to what was being said, corrections to something that has been typed, for example, grammatically, or maybe in terms of the choice of verbs or choice of words used in that particular statement or in that particular voice recording or something given to the to make sure that it is enhanced. All right. Now, actually, it helps in a way. Using that, having that instant feedback actually helps students to identify how to further improve. Yeah, without the pressure of having formal assessments, and at the same time learning at their own pace. Yeah, in this case, when we look at a classroom where a teacher who has many students in the classroom, like in Malaysia, one teacher can have more than 40 students in the classroom. It can go up to 48, 50 students in one classroom. And to give feedback or, to each student might take time. Yeah. So, it would take, the students might not have or might not receive feedback based on what they have presented, for example, or what they have written, or what they have produced. So in a way, ChatGPT is coming in as a helper to help the teacher to actually give personalized feedback for the students, for the pupils in the classroom, so that they are able to learn there and then in real life context. Yeah. Okay. When we talk about confidence building, yeah, the ChatGPT's conversational nature encourages students to practice speaking and writing, of course, in a low pressured environment. Which, when that happens, when their affective filter is low, they will be able to learn better, of course. Yeah. And of course, they are able to they are able to be more confident in making use of the language, in using the language. Yeah. One example would be having casual dialogue practices. Students can actually, your students, the students in the classroom can actually engage in informal conversations with ChatGPT. All right. Now, these conversations can be using voice or something that is being typed or in written form. Yeah. And it can go by what they like, the choices, the topics that they like. So this actually allows them to practice the language without fear, and also not having someone in the class or another person to judge them. Yeah, it's just in the virtual form, which gets them to be more confident. Yeah. And usually AI usually the responses given by AI, usually they are in a very friendly manner. Okay. You can always, I'm sure you have tried this, when you say, thank you for your feedback or whatsoever, and it goes on like you're talking to someone. It goes like, thank you very much for your for your response, or your feedback on this. It's like you are having a conversation with someone. Yeah. It can just be a student talking about their hobbies, or discuss anything which is happening around them, current events. Yeah. And at the same time receiving a feedback there and then. Okay. The learning process goes on that way. Yeah. And they are able to actually improve their, of course, spoken language as well as the written language. It depends on how it's being used. Yeah. And of course, it again depends on the time that you have in the classroom with your pupils, or it is given as a task to be carried out or to be done at home. Yeah. And then this ChatGPT, when we talk about being to have this low anxiety and also building up confidence, yeah. Corrections and suggestions are also given. Just between the tool and also the person who is actually giving the prompts or giving thoughts or anything of that sort. Yeah. So in this case, a person who is learning a language can actually learn a lot from this ChatGPT. We're talking about ChatGPT now. Okay. So in that manner, in a very it can be very they can build up their confidence in that way. Yeah. Another would be having this interactive learning going on if you use ChatGPT. Yeah. It promotes active engagement, as I mentioned just now, by having real world conversations, hobbies, the current issues coming in, talking about favorite people, favorite person in someone's life and things like that. Yeah, allowing students to apply their language in a more meaningful context. Yeah, it will be all these will come in a very authentic manner. All right. So that's about how ChatGPT can be used. And even teachers can make use of ChatGPT and get a lot of responses from ChatGPT, whether or not certain activities planned for a group of students or one classroom would be interestingly done or would be fun or would be suitable for that particular group of students can also be communicated, yeah, using ChatGPT. There are so many things that can be done using ChatGPT when it comes to learning. All right. Okay. Can we go to the next slide, Virosha? Thank you. Okay. When we go to Duolingo, Duolingo, it's actually a gamified language learning tool. Yeah. My students, all of them, the students who go out for practicum, make use of Duolingo a lot in the classroom, and they see that the students, the pupils in the classroom, these are primary school students, they get very excited when the teachers makes use of this because in using gamification, there are rewards, yeah, and also progress of students can be or pupils can be tracked, and usually it is done or it's carried out in a very competitive manner. And as we know, pupils who are growing up, students who are growing up, the young ones, the primary school students or students, pupils in the kindergartens, they like this competition. They like to see their names being up, shown on the slides or on the screens to show that what their achievement is like, and that actually creates that motivation to further learn the language. Yeah, it's not easy actually to get pupils who do not have that language. In this case, our target language is English language. So when it comes to English language, some students who don't know how to use the language, they find it very difficult to learn the language, and they shut themselves off from learning. So when teachers come up with very good activities in the classroom, it gets them motivated. And of course, using all these gamified language learning activities, yeah, gets them to be interested, to want to learn, to be very excited, yeah, when it comes to learning English language. It's not easy in the case of students who don't have that language skills. Yeah. Teachers can actually have personalized lessons. Yeah. Using Duolingo, yeah, the teachers can actually tailor their lessons based on individual performances. Yeah. Ensuring that students are challenged at the appropriate level, at their level. Okay, it's very important when it comes to second language learning, we go by the level of proficiency. Yes, when it comes to having collaborative work or group tasks and so on, you would need to have different language proficiency, students with different language proficiency coming together in the discussion. But there are times that when they go by their own level in doing activities or in completing tasks given to them, when we go by their levels, they would have the sense of satisfaction, and that would actually boost their self-confidence in learning the language and in using the language, of course, in the classroom and also outside the classroom. Yeah. And Duolingo gamified language learning actually also provides interactive activities, yeah, using games, quizzes, real life scenarios, making language learning fun and engaging. Okay, when we talk about English language learning, we always connect to fun learning, fun environment, engaging activities, authentic materials being used, or authentic activities being carried out. It can be in the form of role play and things like that. And all these can actually, AI tools can actually be used for this purpose. Yeah. Now, consistent practice. Okay. A teacher using Duolingo can actually have that this tool being used in order to check on the pupil's progress. Yeah. When the students can see, the pupils or the students can see their progress, that in a way can help them to be motivated again. Yeah. Motivation, satisfaction in learning, boosting confidence, all these come into picture when these tools are being used in the classroom. Yeah. All right. Next, Virosha, please. Thank you. We look into the Quizlet. It is one kind of interactive study tools. Yeah. Again, this is another way of having personalized materials for the students. Yeah. Flashcards, something that can be relatable to the students, quizzes, and also activities based on user preference and performance. When it comes to sometimes students would want to learn something that they like, would want to learn something that would bring benefits to them, or want to learn something that would excite them. So using this Quizlet, it can actually excite them or get them to be more motivated in learning when that it is more personalized. Yeah. In the context of the students that we have in the class with different proficiency level. Yeah. It helps in terms of active recall. Yeah. Encourages this particular platform, the Quizlet, recall through spaced repetition. Yeah. Helping students to retain information more effectively. You see, as we know, learning language, repetition help a lot when pupils learn the language. So in one way, having this Quizlet, it would actually help them to be engaged in activities, or to be engaged in helping them to retain information in that way, having repetitions in the games or in the activities carried out. Yeah. Again, gamified learning comes into picture using Quizlet. Other than that would be the Quizlet's ability to adapt to individual learning styles. Again, yeah, enhances motivation. You see, when it comes to language learning, we need to motivate the students a lot. And AI is one, by using AI, yeah, teachers can actually develop this amongst the students. Of course, the creativity must come from the teachers. Just now, Madam, was it Madam Birma spoke about the teachers need to bring in their creativity on their own and making use of that in real life situation. But actually, teachers' creativity can also be put into these AI softwares or AI tools to generate interesting activities, suitable activities that can be made use of in the classroom. All right. Of course, when teachers are giving out prompts, the teacher's creativity and critical thinking skills also need to come in. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next one. Rosha. Okay, another one would be the Liu Li Shuo. I don't know how it should be pronounced, but that's the word there. Okay, this is one of this is actually an AI powered pronunciation tool. You see, in learning language, we need to actually train also train not only the teachers to have the proper pronunciation used in the classroom, not only the students, even the teachers, yeah, need to make sure that they make use of proper pronunciation. Yeah, when it comes to English, it depends. It can be the British English, the American English, or even now Australian English coming into picture and all. Yeah. So, having this Liu Li Show, Liu Li Show or something, as a person speaks or say out, something to this tool, immediate feedback is given whether or not the pronunciation is clear, is correct, and immediate feedback is given. Yeah, in that sense, in a way that can also boost someone's confidence rather than talking to a person or presenting something in the classroom. All right, when a student does it just between this particular tool and the student, they are actually learning at a very comfortable situation or environment. So again, learning takes place in this case in terms of pronunciation and also identification of errors, and the feedback is given there and then. You might want to try this. Has anyone tried this before in the classroom? Anyone in this session?
No, madam.
No, but okay. You may want to try this after this. Just explore what it is all about. Then you try it out with your students. Yeah. It can be the primary students, secondary students, and see how they enjoy or they get very acquainted in terms of using this particular tool. Yeah. Of course, it's very interactive in nature. Yeah. Next. Rosha, thank you. So sorry because I'm afraid the internet line over here is always not so stable. That's why. Let's look at Google Classroom. Okay. Now, I'm sure all of you have used Google Classroom or are still using Google Classroom. Are you?
Yes, ma'am, we use.
Yeah, most of the time is Google Classroom. It is actually one of the AI tools that we have. And it's very productive in a way when this Google Classroom is used, where materials can be shared in a very organized manner, and pupils or students can actually just gather materials from there. It's very interactive, where teachers can actually prompt, give questions, and get students to have discussions in the in a discussion thread in stream, and also from the end, students can actually present certain present slides and so on, and put into it. Can also be voice recordings or whatsoever in Google Classroom, and getting the rest to give feedback. And in giving feedback, they can also question the presenter, or give positive comments to whatever being presented in the streamline, in the line of communication in Google Classroom. So these are the things which are available now. Future, of course, real-time feedback. When you get pupils or students to when you have submitted something for the students, and you get the students to actually discuss based on what is given, all right, and they create discussions based on that. So, and you as a teacher can give them the feedback there and then, and it can this can happen. Not a teacher might not be there present in the might not be present in the classroom, but a session or teaching and learning session can still go on using Google Classroom. Since all of you have still using Google Classroom, I guess I'm sure you understand what it is all about. Yeah. Now, of course, in very interactive in manner. Yeah. There's active participation and collaboration between the teachers and the students, and it can also be not between the teachers and students. It can also be the students with the students having discussions on their own. Yeah. Now, again, it is in a way personalized. Yeah. Allow teachers to tailor assignments and feedback to meet individual needs. Yeah. Okay. Next, can we look at intelligent tutoring system? The next slide, Virosha. Sorry. All right. Thank you, Virosha. Okay. Again, with this, you see, we see a lot of personalized instructions coming into picture with the use of AI, because anyone can make use of the tools to learn. And even a young child who's growing up, who's good at making use of digital devices, can start using it once they are able to write or speak. They can just say out something like how to say this in a better way, or how to say something in English. Yeah. And feedback is given, and then answers are given to them, and they learn that way. Yeah. So a teacher's presence in a way is not so needed, but of course, the personal touch of a teacher is should still be there. Yeah. The students can actually learn to say out words or whatsoever using this intelligent tutoring system. Yeah. This particular system, often incorporate interactive elements such as simulation, games, or virtual environment to enhance engagement. So there are so many out there, which can actually be used in the classroom for the purpose of English language teaching. Since this discussion revolves around English language teaching, and so all these, you can make use of those things, the tools that can be made use of. Yeah. Now, can we have a look at the next slide? Now, I've mentioned all that can be used, as well as here there are so many other tools that can also be used in the classroom for the purpose of English language teaching. Next slide, please, Virosha. Yeah, we have linguist, Busu, yeah, Rosetta Stone, Monly. Okay, and all these different tools, they focus on different things. Yeah, like linguist focuses on vocabulary acquisition through contextual learning and personalized lessons. Yeah, tailoring experience to individual needs. So, having given a teacher giving a topic, for example, on uh, traveling, yeah, on traveling, and getting the students to explore, the students in the class to explore vocabularies related to traveling, yeah, by using this particular digital tool or AI tool, yeah. So in a way, that would actually help them um, to understand words in context of traveling, in the context of traveling. So it depends on the context given to the students, depending on the topic of the lesson for that particular day. Yeah. The other one is Wusu. Yeah. This allows students to interact with native speakers for feedback on conversation and conversation practices. You see, to be able, sometimes we say that to be able to learn a language, you need to assimilate yourself, or we need to assimilate ourselves. The in the situation or in the environment where all of the people there speak the language. In this case, if it's English language, usually, of course, it would be with the British or with the Americans or with the Australians who speak English most of the time. Yeah, that these are all native speakers of English. So, using this Busu tool, you can actually get students to uh, talk in real life, in real situations with native speakers and get feedback. Okay. Of course, it can involve pronunciation, the grammar, the sentence structure, or how it is being mentioned. They can also give feedback in terms of whether the person has been polite or not. Yeah, the politeness coming into picture. Yeah. Another
They
one,
are
the
paid
Rosetta Stone.
versions, right, madam? Are they
Yes.
paid versions?
Okay. In this sense, there's always the trial ones that can be used. Okay. Uh, of course, even ChatGPT, actually, you need to pay Perplexity. Another one is Perplexity. When you make use of it, when you start using it, of course, it will ask, are you going to pay for it or you are going to use it for free? If you're using it for free, only there are limits to what limits to how long, or the duration of the duration of the session that you will have. So you might have to close the application and open it back and start using it in order to use it for free, yeah, to be able to use it for free. But actually, institutions or schools can actually get hold of these tools, yeah, buy them, and then make use of it in the school context. It can be school, it can be universities, and all. Some universities do subscribe to all these, yeah. And of course, it depends on the number of people using it, yeah. Okay. Mondly, another one, features AI-driven chatbots for stimulated conversations. Simulated conversations. Yeah, might have role play and things like that. Yeah, providing practice in a low pressure environment. And having that, feedback is also given at the same time. So you see, students can learn a lot from all these tools that we have. Yeah, without sometimes, yeah, as I mentioned, when you have so many students in the classroom, when these tools are being used, it can actually lessen, of course, the burden of a teacher. All right. And we cannot say that it's going to take away the teacher's role in the classroom. The teacher still needs to be there to be a guide, yeah, to guide them in terms of what to look for, and when it comes to and not only to guide, a teacher needs to be there to facilitate their learning in that sense, yeah. The how to should come from the teachers. The how to and what to find, what to look for, what to do should still come from the teacher. Yeah. All right. Can we have a look at the next one? Now, at this juncture, when having spoken or having talked about all the tools that we have and so on, again, how to prepare all of us in that sense, all of you, myself, the teachers, the educators, to be ready or to be to have the skills, yeah. So again, institutions or schools for that matter would need to provide training programs, yeah. This is one of it, having conferences where awareness is brought in to educators, teachers, what they're in the institutions, so that they are able to understand and they know what is available, to make sure that people get to know things which are available, tools which are available that can be made use in the classroom. All right. Another one would be balancing, balancing, having the teachers in the classroom and also making use of all these AI tools that which are available. Yeah. Yes, of course, the AI tool is powerful, but of course, it cannot, as I've mentioned, cannot replace, the human factor, the human part of a teacher, where you would have empathy for the students, yeah, and also to make sure that, of course, the creativity is actually coming from the teachers. The creativity and the critical parts of it should, or actually is coming. All these are coming from the teachers, yeah, to prompt on certain things, to prompt the AI tools in coming up with something is actually from a person or a teacher before it is given out to the students. So that actually creates or brings about the balance between human as well as AI. Right? Then we have the collaboration and experimentation coming in. Yeah. In a way, we need to have this some kind of network to share experiences and strategies for AI integration. This is one platform, in conferences where presenters or even participants of conferences share ideas or share experiences, of what they have made use of, what worked, what did not work in the classroom, that can actually help others, other teachers or other educators, to actually make use of whichever would be suitable for their context. Okay, this conferences, when you attend workshops and so on, these are places or situations, or where you can actually share out experiences so that the rest can actually learn, others can actually learn. Okay. The last but not least slide, Rosha, thank you so much. Yeah, I need to just solve it. Okay. You see, from all the presentations, yeah, even when Madam Vimali just now spoke about ethical issues in using AI, all being said, AI is actually a very valuable tool in for English language teaching. How? With all being said, all those mentioned just now, the tools which can actually help students be motivated, be very engaged in the classroom, yeah, to get them learning at their own pace, yeah, to have that personal feedback given to them, to actually see their progress and make sure that they become better users of the language, better in writing, better in the spoken language, and all those which come in. Of course, all the skills that we have in English language, yeah, the listening, speaking, reading, writing, and then we have grammar also coming in to make sure that they are the students can become good at it, and not only students for that matter, even teachers can actually improve a lot using this AI applications or AI tools which are available. Yeah, but it must be. We have to remember that AI tools applications are actually used to make sure that something is done in a better manner or conducted in a better manner. Something that we want to enhance, for example. Yeah, and remember that it's not actually to replace the role of a teacher. I explained just now, the role of a teacher still is very pertinent, is very important, to be a guide, to be a motivator, to be, a facilitator, and then to make sure that, the critical and creative thinking part actually comes from them, and that must be retained. Okay. As can be seen, yeah, from everything that was presented just now, teachers can actually make use of AI to help personalize learning. Yeah. That the students are able to learn, yeah, that way in a more personalized way. Differentiate instructions, because there are all different kinds of learners in the classroom, be it having different levels of proficiency. Another one would be the different learning styles, and another one would be there's another broad concept which comes into into picture when we talk about inclusivity, to make sure that everybody learns in the classroom, no matter of their disability and things like that. It can also cater for that needs. Yeah. Then, of course, provide more effective feedback in that sense. Yeah. Not only from the teacher, it can also be from the tool which is being used in the classroom, be it Duolingo, be it ChatGPT, all the tutoring system which I mentioned just now. All right. So I hope that has all this has actually given you some kind of examples, yeah, that you can start to make use of in the classroom, to make sure that learning of English, teaching and learning of English can take place in a better way. Yeah. All right. That's about it. Do you have any questions? Yeah. That's about it, Virosha. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. We are grateful for your incredible contribution as a guest speaker at our event. Also, my heartfelt thanks for all the participants for their enthusiastic engagement. Now, it's a time for the tea break. Get yourselves refreshed and please be back to the session
by 11:25. Welcome back to the 26th National RESC Conference and the 11th National Conference on Language Assessment 2024. Before moving on with the day's proceedings, let me remind you the announcement again. Please log in with your surname followed by your initials and the province you are from. Thank you. We are now ready to begin the third plenary session of the day, focusing on empowering educators with AI, strategies to foster innovation and adaptability in English language teaching. This session will be conducted by Professor Roshan Regal, Head, Department of Computer Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. And the introduction will be given by Dr. Ashoka De Silva, Deputy Director General, Teacher Education and Alternative Education, National Institute of Education, Sri Lanka. Over to you, Dr. Ashoka De Silva.
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
It's a great honor to introduce Professor Roshan Regal, our esteemed plenary speaker for this session. Professor Regal is a prominent personality in the field of computer engineering, and he currently serves as a senior lecturer at the University of Peradeniya. His dedication to the advancement of this field of computer engineering and technology is demonstrated by his long-standing association as a professional member of the IEEE and IEEE Computer Society, and as a professional member of the Association of Computing Machinery. Professor Regal's contribution to research are both prolific and impactful. Over 200 peer-reviewed articles published in areas such as the Internet of Things, wearable computing, bioinformatics, and artificial intelligence and machine learning. His scholarly excellence has been recognized with several Best Paper Awards. The prestigious Most Prolific Sri Lankan Author awarded from Elsevier Research in 2017, and the Presidential Awards for scientific publications in 2018 and 2023. Notably, he was named the top scientist in the computer science in Sri Lanka by the AD Scientific Index in 2021 and 2022, and the best computer scientist in the country in 2023 and 2024. Professor Regal's international experience is equally impressive. He served as a visiting research scholar at renowned institutions, including the University of New South Wales, Sydney, Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane, University of Illinois at University of Illinois in the United States, and the Australian National University, Canberra. Since 2017, Professor Roshan Regal has served as the Consulting Chief Executive Officer of the Lanka Research and Education Network, where he was instrumental in launching the Asia Connect project in Sri Lanka. His leadership is reflected in his role as Sri Lanka's representative at Asia Connect governors meeting, and as a council member of the Asia Pacific Advanced Network. Since 2020, Professor Regal has also held the position of Vice Chair of the Asia Content Steering Committee, where he played a pivotal role. At the national level, Professor Regal has served as a co-group member of the Presidential Task Force for Education, established in 2022, and he's a member of the UGC Standing Committee on the Development of IT Infrastructure and Online Education, and the UGC appointed committee to develop the concept of virtual hybrid university. Is also part of the Presidential Committee for formulating Sri Lanka's AI strategy and is a founder of the AI Forum for Academics. Professor Roshan Regal's academic credentials are also impressive as his professional achievements. He holds a BSc in Engineering honors degree from the University of Readiness and a PhD in Computer Science and Technology from the University of New South Wales. So we are truly fortunate to have such a distinguished expert with us today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Roshan Regal. Over to you, Professor. Thank you.
Once again, good morning, everyone. I'm just sharing a few popular news article titles from 2021. They all talk about one thing in common. It's also the theme for this conference, which is about generative AI. So it talks about, so in fact, like CNET, New York Times, and so on, New York Post, they all talk about AI chatbots and how they can even bring the death for education or of education, as they call it. That was in 2021, late 2021. Since then, we have passed almost 3 years, but we still are talking about education and we are in the field. And what has really happened is not the death, but not just the disruption, that is, but a lot of enhancement and empowerment through this new technology, which we are talking about here, the generative AI. So talking about generative AI or AI, why do we have to spend time, talk about it, converse about it, is because AI over the years, particularly in the last couple of decades, have taken a lot of lead in compared to how they perform compared to human. Here is a graph where we show how if you consider human performance as a line here, and that is the scale starting from 20%, 40, 60, 80, 100. Over the years, different AI tools or technology has achieved compared to human. Like, let's say, take one example. Interestingly, some of these examples are very much related to the theme of, and also your field, theme of the conference, and also your field. Things like reading comprehension. So reading comprehension, since 2016, a lot of work have been done in AI or generative AI in the latest era. And they can perform, those tools can perform as good, actually better than human as of now, or even since 2020 or so. So the graph here shows that the AI performance compared to the best human, or sorry, not the best, the average human performance is better than the AI tools performance in terms of reading comprehension. More than me, you will know what do we really mean by reading comprehension. Can these tools really comprehend what they read compared to human? That is what these numbers are showing. In reality, it is not really the case. The case is that usually we have ways of evaluating how reading comprehension is achieved. So those evaluations, it looks like these tools can do much better in those evaluations. Typical reading comprehension tests, these tools can do better than average human. That is what this graph shows. Same for everything else. Same for language understanding. Same for common sense completion and so on. So these tools are becoming as good as human in terms of passing the test we give for those to human. That is where we are. And therefore, it is a bit concerning, and also it's a bit pleasing to see that these tools can do good. and how we can make use of these tools is today's discussion. So empowering educators with AI. Can we use these tools to empower educators like you all and me to do better? So how we can do it? I'll take some examples in your domain, English language teaching. So for my talk, for the next 50 minutes or so, I'll first introduce generative AI, the topic, and what are the possible opportunities and with this tool and the technology, and the challenges we face because of introduction of this technology, and how we can overcome those challenges, some considerations, and I'll conclude my talk with that. And hopefully we'll have a few minutes for any questions and clarifications at the end. So just to start with, AI, we are talking about generative AI, but AI is part of, or generative AI is part of AI or artificial intelligence. So the concept of artificial intelligence is not very new in terms of technology. It all started in 1942 when a machine was able to break an encryption engine in World War. Right. So since then, a lot has happened at the very early stage. We didn't call in 1942. We didn't call this technology AI, but somewhere in 1950 plus, we started calling it artificial intelligence. And then we also define, or Alan Turing actually designed a test to see whether a machine has intelligence. Since then, we have been building chatbots, bots that we can talk to, or like applications we can talk to and they respond. We have been building such bots even in 1960s, but in 1990s, they become more popular. But all these bots were very much like bots, like machines. They only can say certain things, answer certain questions, and answer them like very much like machine-like and so on. But somewhere in 2020, 2021, with these GPT models, or the large language models, as we call them, things have turned for good. The changes are now, we don't even know if you are talking to a bot now, whether it is really a bot or whether a human on the other side. So we have gone up to, come up to that stage now with this AI technology. So what is this technology we are talking about? AI itself is a larger area under which we have what is known as machine learning. Artificial intelligence is whether machine can have intelligence. Machine learning is a technique we use to train machines by giving it a lot of patterns or data, we call them. This is the input and this is the expected output. This is what we give an input to somebody, and this is what an expert, and this is the output the expert told us. So we take such pairs and a lot of them and give it to machines and tell them, okay, this is the input, this is the output. So we keep on telling it, and at a certain point, this machine figures out, okay, if this is the input, I'll give this as an output. So that's machine learning, and we went into what is known as deep learning, which is part of machine learning. This is inside, and we are now in the age of generative AI. It doesn't mean we have given up on all the others. They are also still happening. This is a sub-discipline, the generative AI, where these machines or the large language models can take an input and generate an output. What it can generate is of a lot of different scales. AI has taken a lot of interest with this generative AI. It has become mainstream. Everyone talks about it. Everyone started actually using it. In fact, in the last decade or so, the use of AI in business, when you say business, anything, education can also be considered a business. So in any of these business, whether AI is being used, at least in one business function, if you take a business, an organization, within the organization, at least in one function, whether they use AI, over the years, the numbers have, like in 2017, the numbers were low, but then it started increasing. In fact, this is a time when we went into what is known as this deep learning, where every institute, at least or one in every 2 institutes or organization, they start using AI as at least in one of their business functions. It's about 50%. The numbers are 50% for the last, as you can see, about 5 years. But it got better with generative AI coming into picture, and now we are increasing. So we are having more number of institutions, organizations start using AI in their day-to-day work. And we expect it to increase to a full number very soon. So therefore, there is a lot of potential we see in this technology, and therefore the discussion. What is generative AI? I believe like you had enough sessions by now, given that today is the 3rd day of the conference, and a lot of plenaries and also keynote, where you discussed a lot about generative AI and its benefits. So it basically is a system, and it can take input. We call the input a prompt, and it produces an output. What it can produce text as output. So it can basically generate, the term generative AI coming from there, generate text. It can generate other forms, audio, video, images. It can even generate programs or code. It can generate a program that can be used to do certain tasks, automating certain tasks, and so on. So these are the type of things it can generate, and we can imagine a combination of all of these in a lot of different forms. So it can generate all of this. So with that small introduction to what generative AI is, starting from AI, let me now dive into the opportunities, in particular in your domain. English language teaching, how GenAI can come in and help. What are the possible opportunities? Let me start with a big picture. In fact, in the turn of the this century, prior to this century, a lot of educators got together and prepared what is known as the characteristics of the 21st century learner. So we have a framework called the 21st century learner framework. In the framework, we have not actually thought about AI. Just 20 years ago, we haven't thought about AI, and it was not part of the framework. But since then, since a lot of changes happening, now we have rethought, or we have started rethinking about AI. And one that we have to consider now is, in any learner, AI literacy should be part of it. It's not just certain groups are considering this, but even bigger entities like UNESCO is talking about how AI should be part of, or how do we learn in the AI era, when AI is part of the day. So usually, while this is, I'm just quoting UNESCO, to the 3 basic pillars of any education system, reading, writing, arithmetic, we now had to consider empathy, creativity, and critical thinking as part of the basic pillars. That is what UNESCO says. So, and also to extend it, what it also says is these skills, the new skills that added, are usually acquired outside school. Usually we consider them not part of the usual curriculum. That is what it means by it's outside. But they have to be now that AI is part of it, it has to become part of the curriculum. In fact, the graph I showed at the very beginning, where I'm showing, okay, now AI can do better than average human in, let's say, reading comprehension. If you think it is not the case, I personally think it's not the case, because AI can't really comprehend any material like human. So if we think the same, then we have to rethink how we do evaluation of these skills and knowledge. How do we evaluate reading comprehension? The same way we do it earlier. It seems to be not working, or it seems to be not capturing what we really want to do. Right? So therefore, we had to consider how we should do these better. So this is just from my perspective. I have put together 5 key areas of usage of AI in English language teaching. The first 3 are the usual, and then I have looked at pedagogy and also something else which is very important for any learner, which is self-regulation. Can we learn to learn? Can we part of can have a life of lifelong learning and so on? So that's where the self-regulation come into picture. So, but I will start with speaking. So I'm going to just show you a few instances where each one of these areas can be helped or enabled or empowered through AI. So we'll start with speaking. So now you know there are enough and more tools. They can be used for speaking test or speaker training and training on speech and so on. So here's a small video clip. Right, so that's how we can just use a tool like ChatGPT to learn some language or words and so on, and know how to speak. In fact, in more detail, we can use a tool, generative AI tool like ChatGPT to improve our pronunciation or pronunciation test and improve specific aspects of pronunciation. I don't have to go into detail to an audience like you all. And we can use it as a conversational partner. So we can, like how it was happening just in the video a little while ago, there are enough and more tools to do so. And also we can use it for language coaching. When it comes to writing, again, similar tools and technologies are available for improving vocabulary, providing or checking grammar, and even translation. So translation is a field where we have been using AI for a reasonable amount of time. And we think most of the languages, this we have achieved almost perfection level of performance. So they can do as good as any skilled translator. So this can also be very useful for a learner. And obviously in that sense for teachers as well. So here is about writing. So this is coming from a tool called Grammarly. And Grammarly, in fact, can do a lot in terms of helping writing, starting from spelling, grammar. In addition, now it can also support improving the way how we structure the writing and how we word writing in a way such that it can improve the readability. So the next one is reading. So again, for reading, we can use generative AI tools for vocabulary. And particularly, this is coming from a study that has shown a fully immersive tool, AI-powered tool. It's called Warcraft actually game. And they have shown in a research that it improves the language learning skills by a lot on non-native English speakers. So this is coming from British Council report. The next one I want to take is pedagogy, the learning itself. Instead of looking at each individual aspects, so the learning itself is not just for English language, but teaching, but in general. So can we now think or use tools like generative AI tools to answer questions like, can everybody learn? This is a question, or was a question for a very long time. Can we teach everyone something that they are interested in? or are there any other inherent limitations in learners, right? So, in fact, when this was taken up by one of the famous educationists in 1980s, Benjamin Bloom, he has identified or defined something called the 2 sigma problem or 2 sigma study. What in fact he has shown is that in a conventional classroom with one teacher to 30 students or learner, if the performance of the learners in a test is the usual normal curve performance, where we have about half of the students below average and half of the students above average. If we do what is known as one-to-one learning, or we call it tutorial, we can achieve a much better performance. In fact, the performance here is 2 sigma times, which is in terms of statistics, 2 sigma times better. So the improvement, you can see a lot of students are getting, this is the number of students by the way, a lot of students are getting much better performance. This side is the performance, the marks, much better performance. In fact, if you want to look at numbers, in a regular classroom, if, let's say a classroom of 100 students, in the 100 students, if you do a one-to-one for these students, one-to-one tutoring, the 2 sigma study shows that 90 students out of the 100 will get better performance than the regular 20 students. Regular 20 students are students normally get the best grades, let's say a grade of A in a normal distribution. So as you can see, that's the normal distribution, where only about 20% is getting A's. Now the number can be increased from 20 to 90 if you do one-to-one teaching. This was discussed somewhere, or this was experimented somewhere in 1980s, and there have a lot of studies even prior to this, but this is a properly recorded research study. And at that time, it was defined as started as a study and defined as a problem, because one-to-one or personalized education is not something that humankind can afford. It's a lot more expensive to have such an arrangement one-to-one, and therefore it was defined as a problem. However, now with technology, it looks like it's possible for us to do this. Two generative AI tools, for instance, now can come to help, where each learner get a personalized educational experience. Obviously with the support of teachers, but with a limited number of teachers. Can we have the same number of 1:30, one teacher, 30 students? That is what seems like what we can afford to do. But can we give the experience of personalized learning with generative AI? That is a really good opportunity. From a teacher's perspective, the same thing on another study, they have identified that a teacher who's spending about 50 hours a week, spending time on various activities. These numbers are coming from the US of a teacher, but in this I believe is similar or even worse in a place like Sri Lanka. The numbers are much higher. Out of the 50 hours, almost half of the time only half of the time is spent in student interaction. The other half of the time the teacher spends on various other things, including preparation, including administrative work, and even professional development of the teacher themselves and so on. But with these tools, it was like the new technology, things like generative AI tools, it's possible to reallocate a decent amount of this time, actually 20 to 30% of the time, back to the student-teacher interaction. Like the student-teacher interaction here is about 49. But the study shows that it's possible to go up to 79% if you reallocate the time for, so that let the tools do what tools are good at, let the teacher get engaged with the students. That's the idea. So that's something that is very useful and productive and also promising. Another aspect. Again, I don't have to tell you, you all are teachers, and things like universal design for learning. The learners are of different types, different ways they learn, and therefore we have to ensure that if you want to provide all of them learning experience, a good learning experience as groups and also as personal individual, we have to consider universal design of learning when we are preparing our learning plan, lesson plans, and learning material, and so on. So here again, AI or generative AI can come to help. If not, a teacher who is looking after 30 students will not have enough time to prepare different for each student's preference or each group's preference, particularly different type of learners' preference. Now that there's technology, it's all going to become possible and is supporting personalized learning. So in fact, here is another study. This is coming from British Council. AI-powered tools the teachers use. So here is the different type of tools they are using, teachers are using based on a study. They are using language learning applications, generative ones, chatbots, and grading, speech recognition, text-to-speech, learning analytics, virtual and augmented reality, VR, AR. There's only little of this, but then you can see a lot of work are done in language learning applications. And where the teachers mostly use these tools are in creating material. So this is just to help you understand where you also can use these tools more often than not. Help learner practice English, more than 50%. Teachers can use it for lesson plans, correcting, grading, smaller number, and obviously admin task and so on. So this is how they are using. So personalized education is not only for learners, but teachers can also use these opportunities to enable themselves. Like I said earlier, the 50% or the 49% of their time they spend with, only 49% of the time they get to spend with their learners one-to-one. The rest of the time they spend on other activities. Can those activities be accelerated with this technology so that the teachers get more time with the learner and support them, and also support them in different ways using these tools? So AI guided lesson planning, like I already mentioned, and also understanding the student feedback and preparing different type of learning material, learning resources based with technology is on the way. And therefore, these tools and technologies, and one more thing that is good about it is these tools and techniques are always available 24/7. That is another aspect of universal learning design, right? So where you don't limit yourself to one type of learner who learns during the daytime when the work is happening, when the teachers are available and so on. Learners learn at different times. Some of them learn at the middle of the night. And can these tools support such learners? In fact, big companies like Microsoft and OpenAI, who has developed the most popular tool so far, ChatGPT and Copilot, have an aspect of learning. I suggest you go look at it. Even if you go to the OpenAI website, they have a part called Teaching with AI, where they describe different possibilities of using these tools for learning or teaching learning exercises. Here is one example. So lesson plans with ChatGPT. So you can ask questions like this, although this is not a very versatile question, but the question is, I'm a pronunciation teacher. What strategies can I use to help Sinhalese speaking students improve their pronunciation in English? So it gives a number of ideas compared to the way how the students speak and how it can be improved so that they can improve speaking, the pronunciation particularly, and what are the possible words and letters and activities that you can do. It gives some pretty comprehensive document. So these sort of lesson plans and also learning material can be easily prepared using these tools now without spending a lot of time of the teacher. So for student personalized education, I already mentioned that it is possible, but there are a number of tools that support it. Khan Migo is an example. This is coming from the Khan Academy. They are not still available for Sri Lanka, but the idea is that there are tools now that can be tailored to students for certain classes. So certain, let's say if you take a particular lesson, only for those lessons, or only for English, or only for, English learning, and so on, we can build tools that answer question on certain aspects and discusses with the students in a way like how a tutor will do, without directly giving answers. So you can see like, can you just tell me the answer? Then this can't me go, it says no. How about learning together? How about thinking about it and working with somebody else? How a tutor will do, or like a teacher will do, or a facilitator will do, instead of just giving answers. We can build tools to do so, and there are examples. Here is another one, which is a tool that is for uploading files, uploading YouTube, and so on. And you can then ask questions and converse and ask explanation from those, and so on. So that's possible with this tool called Unstuck AI, that is available online, and it's available for our region as well. So in fact, personalized learning can support a lot. Even so, here is a video. I'll not play it right now in the interest of time, but the video is on how we can use ChatGPT 4, the latest version at that time, for learning maths. Again, the tool is it's conversational, like you can talk to it and learn. But it interestingly, it doesn't just give answers, but it helps learner go step by step. Because the way how these tools are designed in certain aspect, if you design it in if you put the right questions and ask the right way, it can help learners better. More tools. This is another popular one from Google, known as Notebook LM. What it does is you can upload material to it and ask it to summarize it. And also you can converse with it on the topic, what you have uploaded. And it can also make what is known as a podcast, meaning you upload a material, it can it can prepare a podcast on the material. So the two people, it becomes a conversation on the topic. So the learner can just listen to the conversation and learn, instead of like reading through the material, or just letting a tool to just read through the material. So those are all now possible. There's also Google has introduced another experimental tool, much better, known as Illuminate. It's still on an experimental state, but it can do better than the Notebook LM. But Notebook LM itself is pretty interesting and useful too to try. So that is on pedagogy, but how we can change, rethink, or reimagine the way how we experience or we expect the learning to happen. The last one under this is self-regulation. Like I said, how we can use generative AI tools in any learning, and particularly in ELT, on self-regulation. Things like goal setting, and also things like reducing anxiety we normally have when we are giving a speech, or preparing for an interview, or like attending an interview, or things like that. Can these tools come and help? Right. So here is another small video.
So actually, we don't hear the sound.
Looks like I get a message saying that maybe the sound from the video is not coming. I see. Okay, right. So sorry about that. So here is another piece where we are just I was trying to highlight how generative AI, a voice assistant, in fact, like what was shown there is a voice conversation between the AI and a person. And so we can use these as help for education. Now, let me just dive into some challenges. Those are the opportunities that we have a lot, in fact, particularly in the area of how we can improve the teacher productivity, and therefore we can allow teachers to spend more time with the learner. And also from the learner perspective, can we have different ways of learning from learners? And also different modes of learning, 24/7 learning and so on. So all that are possibilities. Some challenges. There are a number of challenges. One, academic fairness. Can these tools be available to all learners? Is a challenge. It is in fact a challenge in any education sector. So can education be available to all learners the same way? Is always a question that we have to think about, and whether we can answer. So this can be because unequal access, digital literacy division or digital divide, we call it. Different learners will have different levels of understanding of digital technology. We are talking about here. And whether we can create individual material that target everyone, right? So all that are challenges, but then we are together working on those to address those. That is what we can basically do. Another challenge is over-reliance on technology. So sometimes we think when the technology is available, like when I show a graph, okay, now AI can do reading comprehension better than people. So we might think, okay, AI can do everything. AI can even understand reading, like comprehension, the way how human is, how human will understand. But that's not true. That is what I also highlighted earlier. So we should not over-rely on technology. We should understand what technology can provide us and use it to understand what it cannot also give us. So when you know what AI or technology can do and cannot do, then we can do better than without knowing anything about it. So how do we do it? Is by learning it, by using it, by going through that learning process. That is how we can overcome the over-reliance. Then there is also these concerns of data privacy, the information that we share on these platforms and the information that this platform uses, whether they have violated any data privacy acts, whether they have violated any privacy of people. Those are of some concern. There are a number of lawsuits related to it. In the interest of time, I will not go into the details. And also another one is things like plagiarism, right? So when we are talking about, we are in a learning environment, when we expect learners to have learned or have produced material that is of their own authentic nature, can these tools come in and violate and bring problems or bring issues into the situation? So in fact, it is more complex. That is why I'm calling it as a complexity. There are tools that support identifying plagiarism, but these tools are not always as accurate as they are supposed to be. Here is an example. This is coming from a research paper from last year. So the research paper says GPT detectors are biased against non-native English writers, students like who we will have. So here, the tools that supposed to identify whether a text is written by AI identifies non-native speaker writing as AI written. That is the issue. And you can say, like, you can compare these tools are all these in red are real TOEFL essays. As you know, TOEFL essays are written by non-native English speakers. So these different tools identify them as AI written. So this tool says 70 originality AI says 76% AI written, but it is coming from actually non-native English speakers. So because these tools, again, the tools that are used to identify whether something is written by AI are trained mostly on native English. And when it is coming to non-native, or when it comes to non-native English text, there's a potential that it identifies it as not written by human, meaning written by AI. There are also other challenges. There are these tools, the tools that generate this text and the tools that detect this text are in a race. So they both are actually using different forms of AI. One is to generate, one is to check whether it's generated by them. So they are in a race, and therefore it's always a race between the tools that they generate. And because the AI tools we build, we are building them to make them as human-like as possible. And then we are building other tools to say, okay, whether they are not like human. So it's always a race, and therefore it's more complex in terms of identifying. So what can you do about all this? Right. So I'll take a few minutes to list down a number of considerations, how these tools can be used for betterment and overcoming some of these challenges. I, in fact, have highlighted a few, but I'll take a few more formally. One, when you are talking or when you are communicating with these tools, understand how you communicate with them and make these what we call the prompts, the one that you write to these tools for generative AI tools, as detailed as possible. There are a number of guides. Here is one. So consider these aspects. Be specific. Ask, this is specifically designed for ChatGPT, but for any other tool, ask ChatGPT to act as if. So we tell the tool, we are expecting it to behave like an expert, an English teacher, or like different roles. We can give it to the tool so that the tool can perform better considering the role. Specify your expected output. Say what to do, what not to do. Give examples, which is very good. Consider the tone we expect, and we had to work with AI together, like work with the AI together. And also identify the right tools. There are a lot of tools, and identify which one is good for what. And if it is an academic setting, if it's for writing for report, what you want to write, and so on, consider those. And also we can specifically mention how to write, what is expected, what sort of writing style we expect from these tools. If you are going to use them for writing, or it can be true for even other situations like producing images and videos and so on. So here is a simple idea, how to write an effective prompt. We had to give a context. So these tools do not have their own context. So we had to tell it the background, what you expect, and specify the task. Give instructions step by step what to do, and then clarify and refine, and finally you can go into letting it to generate the output. So you have to put a decent amount of time in the preparation, the communication, understanding the communication well, and how we can communicate it properly to the tool so that the tool can produce the right output. This is another big area, but is now becoming a big area, is this communication, and we call it prompt engineering. So there are different ways where we can do prompt engineering. Basically, one of the things that we can do is we can just ask it once and it gives an answer, like what I did with the lesson plan I prepared for pronunciation. But you also can do multiple steps where we can give examples. This is we can give just a question with an example is known as one shot. Few shots we give multiple examples. And we also do generally what I do is what is known as chain of thought. The idea is you converse with the tool. You say, okay, so ask a question, give some answer, make sure it understand, bring the context over a number of prompts, and then you start asking the question that you want to ask. Instead of just directly going and asking question, first make sure it brings into a context. Assume that we have an expert, we have somebody with a good background understanding, but not specifically to an area. So let's say if you want to talk about pronunciation, first bring the person into that context. Okay, make the person aware what we are talking about, why pronunciation is important, what are the different lessons, and then you ask question, it gives better answer. So that you have to consider. And always make sure we do this, what is known as verification. Whatever produced by these tools, make sure those are checked by human, because whoever producing these tools, whatever the tool producing these results, finally the responsibility goes to the person who give it or submit it or author it and so on. So the authorship is still with the human, and therefore what is known as this human in the loop, we call it technically, but the basic idea is human has to check whatever is produced, right? So that's now supported by all these research institutions as well. Now, for instance, there are the style, the research publication style, like a citation style, for instance. They now have a style for citing ChatGPT-like tools. If I'm using a tool, how do I cite it? and also a lot of research publishers, including Elsevier, including Springer, and so on, IEEE and others. They all have identified or have ways of how to use generative AI tools into the writing and how to cite them properly. Obviously, we all have now agreed we can't consider generative AI tools as co-authors. So the authorship remain with the human, and therefore human is responsible. But AI can be used for generating, or most of these publishers are accepting AI generated content, but with the right citation and attribute to what was generated and how it was generated using that. So in fact, this is something that I'm quoting the CEO from OpenAI. So it's possible for, it's about the challenge I mentioned earlier. It's possible for building tools that can support, identify people using AI tools, but it's not always the case all the time. And therefore, regarding users, learners using these tools, we had to decide where and when we can allow them to use it, make it open, make it clear, and also at the same time, make sure it's the duty, make sure the learners understand, or the users of these tools understand, it's their duty to verify the output of these tools, because ultimately the authorship of those content are going to be with the author who produces and publish or submit. So in the line of assignment, in the line of learners, in the line of examinations, there are a number of attempts including AI tools. Some of them are, if you are using AI tool, if you are letting users to use AI tool, make sure they learn by having other ways of assessments like oral examinations, process focus evaluations, and ask different unique perspective from each user learner, so that they can not produce just the AI generated text or a copy text from somebody else. They have to do on their own. In that line, there are also AI assessment scales proposed, where the scale goes from no AI use to full AI use. These are research published and people start using it, including myself. And just to conclude, there are a number of tools that are available, and these tools are identified for different purposes. There are tools identified specifically for research. There are tools identified for generic chatbots where you can talk. There are tools identified for generating programs. There are tools identified for grammar checking, paraphrasing, and so on. And then there are tools for making images, making videos, and so on. So these tools are customized and specialized. And there are even tools identified for personalized tutor and so on. So these tools are customized and identified for certain purposes, and they are designed with limitations, with boundaries, so that they can be used only for those purposes and do better in those purposes, instead of having a common tool that does not do any specific task with. So make sure we use the right tool. In fact, this is again coming from British Council report, and one of their statements in a survey goes like this, statement 11. By 2035, AI will be able to teach English without a teacher. This was a statement made, and a questionnaire circulated among universities. I believe some of you would have also participated. And the outcome of the study says that teachers think, only about 25% of the teachers think that by 2035, AI can replace English teachers. But more than half of the teachers, and half, like about 25% are neutral, more than half of the teachers think no, AI will not replace teachers for good reasons. Here is one, the major one, I would say. All our kids love us in a way they could never love working with AI only. To make it a little more clear, teachers entail more than more than just the knowledge transfer, right? So this I saw this sentiment even in your inauguration, where I participated in the keynote and different speeches, and I believe by now you had this very clear. Teaching involved not just knowledge transfer, but it involves a lot more human connection, emotional understanding, and particularly the cultural appreciation, where I would say AI fails by a lot. Particularly in our region, understanding the culture. These aspects even in the long run, AI is not going to replace, and also the human touch. So AI can help us reduce our burden in certain activities, and therefore we can spend more time with our learners and do better. So AI is not going to replace this, but when this one is coming from an American scientist, FFLE, AI is not going to replace a human, but those who use AI will obviously replace those who don't. Right. So that's with that, I'll wind up. And thank you very much for having me. And have about 5 minutes if you have any questions or anything to share. I'm happy to take them.
Good afternoon, sir. Actually, it was a very great session. It's a great session and very informative. I have one question, sir.
Yeah.
Can I? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So by now we could learn lots of AI-driven educational tools and also their effectiveness. My question is, sir, how can AI-driven educational tools be effectively implemented in under-resourced schools, such as plantation schools, to enhance English language skill, where the students lack resources and technical skills? What specific strategies or methods that we can use to minimize this digital literacy divide? Can you please?
So in fact, digital divide is not specifically for AI, but that is in general, right? So what in fact, like places like if you're under-resourced areas, or the only option I see immediately is enabling those schools. And so that is what even the government is trying in different ways, and partially successful and partially not. But the one aspect what we have seen is that even if you enable resources in schools, that is not good enough unless the teachers start using them. So more than obviously enabling resources is important, that maybe the government or some sector has to do. In that line, we are also doing some work and also encouraging and also supporting and also like advising the government sector to do it. But at the same time, one of the other main part is educating educators. I myself and various others, different entities are working on that aspect, like making educators aware of how to use these tools. So we call this training or capacity development, making sure we don't only provide the resources, but also provide the training, the capacity development of teachers. I believe that is where you all come in. Like learn this yourself and also go and use it when there's no resource. Obviously, you will have to get some resources. The best option is to see whether how you can get it from if you are government sector, from the government and so on. So make use of it. And in terms of tools themselves, they are not, I see there are large number of tools that are freely available with limited access, I believe. That is true, that the access is not fully given like a paid tool, but they provide limited access. But the limited access is good enough to start. So the free version of these tools are available, a number of them. There are researchers who are publishing some of these tools which are like completely free. I can share some links if you are interested. Just contact me. My contact details are there on the screen, which is available. I hope you can find and contact me. I can share those tools related, but devices, connectivity, those are challenges I know, and I hope they'll be resolved soon.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing such valuable knowledge and perspectives with us. Thank you, participants, for your enthusiasm in the session. We'll now break for lunch. Enjoy your lunch and kindly ensure you return at 1:30 p.m. Welcome back to the conference after the lunch break. Next in line, we have the next recorded session conducted by the RESC. Over to you, RESC.
Welcome to the video workshop by RESC. Integrating AI in ESL curriculum and teaching practices. This is the outline of the workshop. AI in education. widely used AI tools in ELT, teachers' perspectives, usage of AI, practical strategies for daily integration, and finally, challenges of using AI. First of all, I would like to define AI. AI generally refers to the technology that enables computer systems to stimulate human performance in reasoning, analyzing, decision making, and self correcting. Next, we'll talk about AI in ELT. In the context of English language teaching, where effective communication skills are essential, the integration of AI becomes particularly significant. Many AI applications have been developed to improve students' language learning and teachers' teaching. Yes. According to these definitions, it's clear that AI improves students' language learning. Not only that, it can improve teachers' teaching as well. So I think it's really important to talk about this topic in detail. Yes. Now in this slide, you can see some of the widely used AI tools in the classroom. I'm pretty sure most of you have very familiar with at least one or two apps. You may have used them at least once. Yes. Shall we go through the icons? Go through them and try to identify. Yes. Look at the first icon. It's very familiar to all of us. It's ChatGPT. One of the commonly used, widely used app. Almost all the teachers and the students know about this. And also most of us are using it. And another very familiar tool, Grammarly, especially important for language teachers and students. It can quickly correct grammar and also provide feedback to correct it. Yes, there are a lot of AI tools that we can use in our classrooms. So I'm not going to talk about almost all these apps. We'll talk about the usage of AI tools generally in the classroom. Sorry. Yeah, we'll watch the video.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to All About AI Tech, your one-stop shop for all things AI. I'm so pumped for today's video because we're diving into something that's changing the game for language learners everywhere: AI language learning apps. I know a lot of you guys are busy professionals like me who want to learn new languages, but just don't have the time for traditional classes. Well, these apps are about to blow your mind. We're talking personalized lessons, AI-powered chatbots, and so much more. So if you're ready to unlock your inner polyglot, then let's get this show on the road. Alright guys, let's get down to business. The world of language learning is no stranger to technology, but AI is taking things to a whole new level. Forget those boring textbooks and repetitive audio courses. AI language learning apps are like having a...
This video especially talk about the AI language learning apps, right? So as language teachers, it's really useful. Let's switch the
personal tutor in your pocket. They use the power of artificial intelligence to create a learning experience that's tailored just for you. That means no more wasting time on stuff you already know or struggling with concepts that just don't click. These apps adapt to your learning style and pace, making the entire process more efficient and, dare I say it, fun. First up on our list is a heavy hitter in the language learning app game, Babel. Now, Babel has been around for a while, but they've really stepped up their AI game recently. They've got this slick and easy-to-use interface that makes jumping into a new language a breeze. What I dig about Babel is their focus on practical conversation skills. Sure, grammar is important, but let's be real. Most of us want to learn a new language so we can actually talk to people, right? Babel gets that. Their lessons are designed around real-life situations, so you'll be ordering espresso in Italian or asking for directions in Japanese in no time. Now, no talk about language learning apps would be complete without mentioning the reigning champ, Duolingo. This app is a global phenomenon with millions of users worldwide, and for good reason. Duolingo's claim to fame is its gamified approach to learning. It turns the whole process into a game, complete with points, rewards, and even a leaderboard to keep you motivated. But don't let the fun and games fool you. Duolingo is powered by some seriously impressive AI. Their system tracks your progress, identifies your strengths and weaknesses, and customizes lessons just for you. It's like having a personal language coach in your pocket. One of the most exciting things about AI language learning apps is the ability to practice speaking with an AI tutor. That's right, you don't need to find a language partner or feel self-conscious about practicing with a native speaker. You can just chat away with the AI. These AI tutors are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Some apps even offer different accents and speech patterns to choose from. This is a game changer for building fluency and confidence in your speaking abilities. Now, let's talk about a learning technique that's been around for ages but has really found its groove with AI language learning apps: spaced repetition. Basically, the idea is that our brains are more likely to remember information if we review it at spaced-out intervals. AI language learning apps are masters of spaced repetition. They track the words and phrases you're learning and strategically reintroduce them at just the right time to maximize retention. It's like having a personal flashcard system that knows exactly when you need a refresher. Now, let's dive into some of the newer players in the AI language learning game. First up, we have Lengua. This app is all about immersive conversation practice, and let me tell you, their AI characters are incredibly realistic. Lengua uses advanced voice technology, so you'll be chatting with AI that sounds almost indistinguishable from a real person. They've got a ton of different conversation scenarios to choose from, so you can practice ordering food, asking for directions, or even having a debate, all in your target language. The AI provides instant corrections and translations, so you can learn from your mistakes and improve as you go. It's like having a language partner on demand. Another app that's making waves is TalkBal. This one's all about personalized learning and instant feedback. TalkBal uses natural language processing and speech recognition to understand your strengths and weaknesses, and then it tailors lessons and exercises accordingly. One of TalkBal's standout features is its pronunciation feedback. You can record yourself speaking and get instant feedback on your accent, intonation, and clarity. It's like having a personal pronunciation coach in your pocket. Okay, let's be real. One of the best things about AI language learning apps is their sheer convenience. No more scheduling classes around your busy life or commuting to a language school. With these apps, you can learn anytime, anywhere. Whether you've got a few minutes to spare on your commute or want to squeeze in a quick lesson during your lunch break, these apps are there for you 24/7. This accessibility is a game changer, making...
Yes. This video up to now introduced 4 apps specially designed for English language teaching. I think you all can remember the first one is Babel, the second one Duolingo, third one Lengua, the fourth one TalkBal, right? All these apps provide personalized learning and also pronunciation feedback. The most important thing is almost all these apps are very convenient, user-friendly. Students do not need to be in the physical classroom, right? According to their schedules, they can select any time slot, right? During their free times, they can use these apps and enhance their language learning. So these are very good for our busy lifestyles. Let's move forward. It's time to talk about common applications of AI, especially in education. They provide personalized learning and also they provide intelligent tutoring systems. They have natural language processing systems, very close to natural language. So the students can listen to native-like pronunciation. They can engage in conversations with the intelligent tutors, human-like tutors. And especially for teachers, they can use automated grading and assessment. We all know it takes a lot of time for grading and assessing students' work. But with the help of AI tools, we can save time. These AI tools provide grading and assessment support. They can have rubrics. You can write rubrics. So with the help of AI tools, automatically we can get the grading and also these provide feedback. We can record them easily in the student's record book. These feedback are from learning with the analysis of grading. And another area is VR and AR. Here VR stands for creating virtual reality, bringing virtual reality into our classrooms. If we have the equipment and the technology, we can bring virtual reality into our classrooms. Then we don't need to spend money, time, and labor for going on field trips. Very easily we can take our students around the country, throughout the world, with the help of AI. And intelligent content creation and recommendation. Lesson content creations, especially for language teaching. We need to create content. For listening and speaking, it's really difficult, right? It takes time and wastes a lot of money to create listening text, conversations, and record them. But with the help of AI tools, we can have them very easily. We can bring them very easily into our classrooms. Then, usage of generative AI tools in ELT. Let's go through this grid. As you can see, we can get the support to develop almost all the skills. Vocabulary, speaking, writing, including grammar, reading, listening. Let's go through the approaches when it comes to vocabulary development with the help of AI. We can get personalized vocabulary exercises. We can create a lot of exercises and contextualize vocabulary learning. We know vocabulary learning should not be in isolation, but they should be in meaningful context. So we can create contextualized vocabulary learning and multimodal vocabulary learning, because we have students of different learning styles. We can integrate different learning styles, audio learners, video learners, visual learners. So we can include multimodal vocabulary learning. When talk about speaking, AI model to assess pronunciation. It's difficult to assess pronunciation, but we can use AI models for that. And to practice fluency, intonation, with personalized feedback. Contextualize interactions without the time and space constraints. Natural language creation in context. Lower speaking anxiety within the AI speaking environment, because the students are very relaxed and free as they are talking with AI models, not with the real native speakers. So, without anxiety, they can develop their speaking skills. In writing, AI generated writing prompts, right? We can have prompts. And also we can ask and train our students to create AI created content and to follow process writing steps. If we train our students properly, they will not hinder the writing ability of the students. Now, most of the people complain that use of AI will hinder the creativity of our students. It will blunt our students' ability. But we have to train our students to use AI properly. If we talk about like this, we can ask our students to generate, brainstorm ideas. We can let our students to use the app to generate ideas first, just like brainstorming in the classroom, right? With the topic, students can generate ideas, brainstorm ideas. After that, students can ask the AI tool to divide these ideas into paragraphs. Then after, they can ask the AI tool to develop paragraphs. And also the students can replace vocabulary items. They can ask for more advanced versions of the same writing. Likewise, with the help of AI tools, students can develop their writing. Reading also the same. Teachers can develop a lot of reading comprehension tasks. As discussed in the video, we can use YouTube videos and we can create a lot of comprehension tasks. Likewise, for the reading passages, with the help of AI tools, teachers can develop comprehension activities, closed test items, MCQs. Yes, for listening, it's really important. AI can generate contextualized, diverse, and authentic audio content. So always Our teachers read out listening passages. But with the help of AI tools, teachers can record. They can embed voice. They can change the voice, male voice, young voice, native like pronunciation. Likewise, they can have a lot of varieties. So, no doubt, with the help of AI tools, generative AI tools, we can enhance English language teaching and learning. Yes. This is one of the articles, documents I referred when developing this presentation. This is really important. It is Artificial Intelligence in Sri Lanka. This is the white paper developed by the Committee on Formulating a Strategy for Artificial Intelligence. It's the latest one, issued March 2024. So I invite you also to go through this document and have a clear idea about the trends and the usage of artificial intelligence in Sri Lanka, not only in the field of education, but in other. Yes. Now it's time to watch another video. This will show you the students' perspectives, their attitudes of using AI in learning. Yes, let's watch the video.
Humanity is at the end of an era. We have been the only ones capable of creating new art, music, literature, and even video games. But with the rise of generative AI, that is all about to change. Machines can now learn from vast amount of data and generate new content independently. It's as if we're witnessing the birth of a new era, where computers can do things we never thought possible. Generative AI is an artificial intelligence that can make new things, like writing, images, or music by learning from data. It works like a creative computer that can figure out patterns in its information and generate new outcomes. We stand no longer restrained by our imaginations or skill sets, and we can employ generative AI to generate new ideas and things we would have never have imagined otherwise. One fantastic thing that generative AI can do is help us with our schoolwork, making learning more fun and personalized for each of us. For example, if you're having trouble with math, a generative AI could generate practice problems that match your skill level and topics you need to work on. Or if you're learning a new language, it could generate conversations and quizzes that help you learn more naturally and engagingly. So, generative AI is still relatively new, and only some are aware. But that doesn't mean we can't use it to our advantage. I'm not the best writer, and guess what? Generative AI has helped me write some parts of this TEDx talk. And I'm sure you've all heard of it. Drum roll, please. ChatGPT. You've all heard of it, and don't act like you haven't used it to help you on an assignment. We've all done it. Suggesting we rely on AI for everything is terrible advice, but using it correctly can be a valuable resource. For instance, if you're stuck on a creative writing assignment, it could generate ideas that you could transform into your own. One of the more innovative applications of generative AI in my school life is within writing projects. It has helped me improve my writing skills tremendously. Whether it's in an essay or a creative writing assignment, AI has been invaluable in helping me with Shakespearean language translation, grammar checking, and enhancing the flow and tone of my work. By providing these corrections and suggestions, AI has pushed me to become a more effective and expressive writer. Another exciting application of generative AI within my academic life is within my projects. When I'm making PowerPoint presentations, I use generative AI to generate content, find the most suitable images, and even help design the slides. Additionally, AI has made coding projects more accessible by providing examples, troubleshooting issues, and generating code snippets. It has also aided in the unique creation of images and artworks for various assignments through its picture generation capabilities, allowing me to make my projects more visually appealing and engaging. As I mentioned, generative AI has revolutionized my learning experience by offering personalized assistance in various aspects of my school life. But this is only how I'm using generative AI. How can my teachers use it? Generative AI for teachers can be a valuable resource for when creating quizzes and questions. By inputting specific topics or learning objectives, teachers can generate various questions ranging from multiple choice to open-ended. This saves time and allows educators to craft assessments better suited to their students' needs and abilities. By integrating generative AI within education, we're not only making complex ideas more accessible, but also transforming the outdated system, nurturing critical thinking and problem-solving abilities in students for a brighter future. The educational system has remained relatively stagnant since the Victorian era. With traditional classrooms, with its rows of desks and one-way flow of information being an antiquated model that stifles creativity and collaboration. Instead, we need a change that will enable students to adapt effectively, meaningfully to society. I believe that now is a time for us to reevaluate the emotional and physical environment of the classroom itself. With traditional classroom, again, still emphasizing memorization and regurgitation of facts. Instead, a more dynamic and flexible learning space is needed, where students can engage in hands-on activities and interact with technology. By reimagining the classroom structure, we can create a more conducive environment that fosters a sense of curiosity, collaboration, and ownership in the learning experience. Generative AI such as GPT-4, GPT-5, GPT-6 can revolutionize education, going beyond mechanical learning, enhancing students' engagement within research, data analysis, and problem solving. By integrating this technology within education and teaching ethical use, we are paving the way for an educational renaissance. And I, for one, look forward to when that happens.
Yes. In this video, I didn't interrupt you because it's really interesting. I know you were attentive. Yes. I want to highlight one thing. According to this child, if we're using it correctly, it means AI. If we're using AI correctly, it will help us tremendously in our education. Not only for the students, the boy talked about the uses of AI for teachers as well. So I think, no doubt, it's really useful, both students and the teachers in our classrooms. Yes. Now let's talk about some of the AI capabilities of the teacher. So with the AI, Teachers can create differentiated and also individualized learning. It takes a lot of time to differentiate the same lesson and also individualize them, as we have large multi-level classes. But with the help of AI tools, you can easily manage it. And virtual mentoring of the students. We can utilize app for mentoring as well. Then tutoring and support outside the classroom. Nowadays, the education occurs not only in the physical classroom, mostly in the outside classroom as well. So with the AI, it's easy to take learning and teaching outside the classroom. And also AI support teachers to analyze data related to students' performance. With the help of these analysis, teachers can create or adapt learning styles of the students. Finally, universal access to all students. AI supports the teachers to provide universal access to all students without wasting much time. Right? Teachers can handle large classes, right? And also our students always do not need to be in the physical classroom. Here we discussed only 5, we all know. But there are numerous capabilities. Yes. We'll talk about how we can personalize learning. Mainly, I'd like to talk about 2. There are adaptive learning systems and also AI tutors. Nowadays, AI tutors are really famous. Most of the adult learners use AI tutors. Yes. Adaptive learning systems. They can adjust lessons based on students' proficiency levels. Teachers can provide or give hints about the needed proficiency levels of the students according to CFR level or K to 12 scale. Then they can easily tailor learning experiences and adapt to learner strengths and weaknesses. With the AI tutors, they can pay individualized attention. They can provide feedback that cater to the unique learner needs, and they can help students practice pronunciation, vocabulary, and also grammar. What? Language practice and enhancement. There are speech recognition tools. These tools can help students practice pronunciation and fluency. Students can on these apps and talk to the app. Then the app can detect pronunciation issues and provide support to develop. They provide real-time, instant feedback. That's what students need. They provide instant feedback. So on the spot, students can correct and reproduce language. Chatbots and virtual assistants. They also can stimulate real-time conversations, promoting speaking. They practice conversational skills. Chatbots support to practice conversational skills. And students can interact with bots. At present, students love these things other than traditional classrooms where a teacher preaches everything. These tools provide differentiated, interesting learning opportunities. Another important area with the support of AI, automated assessment and feedback. We all know assessing students' work is not easy. It takes time, but we can use automatic essay scoring tools. They automatically check students' writing and provide immediate feedback. And also, to evaluate and assess speaking skills, we can use pronunciation evaluation tools. They can analyze voice inputs, check the accuracy of pronunciation, and most importantly, they offer corrective suggestions as well. So teacher can give feedback easily. With no time, with less time, we can manage assessing in the classroom with the help of AI. Enhance vocabulary and grammar teaching. There are tools not only for writing and speaking, but also for vocabulary and grammar. There are vocabulary building apps, grammar checkers. These apps help students to learn and retain new vocabulary. Grammar checkers help to detect grammatical errors, especially in writing. Not only they detect errors, but they provide suggestions for improvement and descriptions to foster deeper understanding about the grammar areas. Yes. And data-driven insights for teachers. AI can provide data-driven insights for teachers. It takes time to analyze data and come to conclusions to improve teaching. But with the help of AI, we can have learning analytic tools and also tools for predictions. Analytic tools can track students' progress. They can identify patterns in their learning behaviors. They provide detailed analytics, offer insights, and finally guide teachers to adjust teaching methods. So, we can develop our teaching learning process with the help of data analysis. Predictive analytics, they predict students' future performances and highlight the needy learners. So we can individualize. Integrating AI into teaching strategies. Teachers can use AI's assisted lesson planning and virtual learning assistants. AI lesson planning helps us to design effective and engaging lessons. They provide content suggestions, track students' engagement, and with the help of virtual learning assistants, we can manage classroom activities, create answer routine students' questions, provide tutoring outside of school hours. We can extend language learning outside of the school. Practical strategies for daily integration. How we can integrate AI into our daily routine. Daily, we can use vocabulary practice using AI and AI-powered speaking and pronunciation practice. We can provide personalized writing feedback using AI. We can use interactive AI chat box and conversation practice. And we can use AI-enhanced reading comprehension tasks, daily grammar checkers, grammar practices, real-time AI-assisted translation, and AI-powered feedback methods, AI for enhancing listening skills. These are only very few. We can add most of the strategies into our daily integration. We can integrate these things into our learning process. How to implement? We can follow this 5-step model. Blending AI with the traditional practices. We can't totally deviate from traditional practices. First, we can blend some AI tools. Then, set clear learning goals. Track the progress. We need to track the progress. And check whether it is effective or not. If they are not effective, we can introduce another set of AI tools. Then encourage autonomy. Encourage learner autonomy. And maintain a balanced approach. You are the director. You are the manager of language learning of your students. So maintain balanced approach according to the level and the need of the student. When implementing, when using AI, when integrating AI in language learning, you will face a lot of challenges. As you all know, especially in Sri Lanka, lack of access to technology is a real challenge. And we need teacher training. We need to make our teachers familiar with the AI tools. And data privacy and security concerns. Over-reliance on technology. Limited AI personalization. Some of the AI tools, it's difficult to use with our students. We don't have personalized tools always. Technical issues and reliability. Resistance to change. Yes, most of our older generation and also students and parents, they don't like to change. Cost and resource allocation. Everything is costly. Though the apps are free, we need to have equipment. Cultural and linguistic relevance. Most of these apps are developed in Europe, in Western countries, so we can have cultural and linguistic problems. Students' motivation and engagement, quality of AI content. Always we can't rely on the quality of AI content, so we have all these. These are some of the suggestions to overcome. You can go through these suggestions quickly. And I know as teachers, you also may have a lot of suggestions. These are my references. This is the reference to that white paper developed by Sri Lankan government. I invite you all to refer this material.
Now the platform is open for the Q&A session.
Dear Madam, could you please explain how can our teachers initiate integrating AI in ELT for ELT classrooms?
Right. Thank you for your wonderful question. Right. I think it shows your positive attitudes towards using and blending AI into your teaching learning process. So I would recommend you to use the 5-step model we have discussed. First, you can blend your AI applications into your traditional teaching. Then you can have goals, right? What are the things you are going to blend? What are the apps you are going to do? Likewise, according to your lesson, you can have small achievable goals, right? Then the third step, you have to track your progress in blending or adding AI into your traditional teaching practice. Then the other one, fourth step, encourage. Encourage yourself, right? Self-motivation. And also you can encourage your students to enjoy or to learn more using these AI blended lessons. Final thing, you have to maintain using AI in your classrooms. Time to time, you can use new apps and try them. And also then you can find the challenges and the more suitable apps. So I think in this way, you can add AI into your lessons. I think my answer is clear enough to you. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you very much, RESC Hangalla, for your incredibly informative session. Thank you, participants, for your active participation throughout the session. Now, let's move to the workshop conducted by Ms. Jennifer Goodman from US Embassy, Colombo, on using AI to provide reading practice, especially focusing on differentiating learning in a mixed-level classroom and personalizing reading text for better student engagement. Let me now invite Ms. Krishanti Geekiyanage, Assistant Lecturer, Department of English, NIE, to give the introduction. Over to you, Madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Jennifer Goodman, an accomplished English language fellow from the US Embassy in Colombo. She is currently serving in the Faculty of Arts for the DELT program at the University of Jaffna. Originally from Colorado, Ms. Goodman holds a master's degree in Southeast Asian Studies from Cornell University. She is also a certified educator in secondary education, specializing in social studies, English, and English as a second language. From 2012 to 2015, she worked as an English language instructor at the US Embassy's American Center in Myanmar. Later, from 2016 to 2024, she served as a lecturer in the Department of English at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, where she played a key role in designing curricula, coordinating courses, and developing assessments in collaboration with her colleagues. With over a decade of teaching experience at the post-secondary level in Thailand and Myanmar, Ms. Jennifer Goodman has sharpened her skills in curriculum design, course coordination, and assessment development. Ms. Jennifer's commitment to fostering English education extends to her engagement with the American Corner in Jaffna, where she has actively participated in community initiatives such as youth forums, library reading programs, and cultural celebrations, including Deepavali and Halloween. She has also contributed to teaching English for Access Program students and delivered impactful sessions on media literacy and AI in education at the American iHub in Batticaloa during its Future Skills Boot Camp. She is a passionate educator and researcher, and her academic interests focus on assessment, reflecting her dedication to enhancing educational practices in diverse cultural and academic contexts. Today, we are fortunate to listen to a plenary speech by a well-experienced educator, Ms. Jennifer Goodman. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Jennifer Goodman, a passionate advocate for language education whose wealth of experience and insight promises to inspire and enlighten us all. Over to you, Ms. Jennifer.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I'm just getting set up here on my end. I'm very happy to be in Sri Lanka now. It's been 2.5 months that I've been in Jaffna, and I'm working at the University of Jaffna teaching English. So this is my first time giving a talk about AI, and there are so many people with a wealth of information that they've all shared with us. I'd like to thank all of the other participants and the organizers for your very good sessions and very educational information that you've shared with all of us. For today, my talk is going to revolve around, let me see if I can share my screen. My talk is going to revolve around teaching reading. Thank you all for your patience. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, ma'am, we can see.
Yes. Thank you. All right. So today we're talking about using AI to help teach reading. And I've provided my email address here on the first slide. So if there's anything unclear, or if you have any doubts, or if you want to follow up, you're welcome to email me at jeffnajenny@gmail.com. So I am an English language fellow, like Kevin, who presented on the first day, who's in Kandy, and Judith, who is in Madra. I'm Jenny in Jaffna. So welcome to message me with any questions you may have to my email address here. So what have I done so far with AI? I have to be honest with you. I don't find using AI very comfortable. I think a lot of you find it very easy, and you've really embraced it. But I've been very hesitant to use AI in the classroom. And so I wanted to tell you that quite honestly, because I want to share with you what I have been able to do using AI, even though I'm quite uncomfortable with it. So the first thing that I do is I like to share short stories about AI with my students. So this is my favorite one. It's called The Perfect Match by Ken Liu. He's a Chinese author, and I use this short story as a discussion topic. So I think that for us, we're just kind of tapping into AI, but our students are the ones who are going to be really answering the questions. Many of you asked a very good question. What are the ethics of using AI in education? And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it's ethical now, if it will be ethical in the future. I don't really know the answer. It's such a subjective question. And so I like to leave it to my students to talk about, right? I like to ask them, after reading this story, what do you think about the role of AI? Would you integrate AI more into your life? Which characters do you identify most with? So I like to ask my students these kinds of questions. So I like to make it AI as the topic of discussion in the classroom. And using this short story is fodder for class discussion. So they have something to reflect on. So this is one way I've approached it. Another way that I've approached it is giving an assignment where students are required to use ChatGPT. Many times we say, don't use ChatGPT for this, it's cheating. I know I do. But in this case, we assign them a lesson where they have to use ChatGPT and then reflect on their use of it. So in this particular, this is a copy of an assignment for students. We asked students to have ChatGPT interview them for an internship or for a job. And so they have to record a video. This is using an extension which many of the presenters, including the last one, discussed. You're using an extension and the student can speak to the ChatGPT and get the ChatGPT to play the role of an interviewer. And so then after they do that, we can actually have them video themselves doing it so we can see if they really did the assignment or not. And then after, we have a reflection. What did the students feel? What did they think about using ChatGPT? So this is, in this case, this is, using interactive chat box for conversation practice. So just giving the students the assignment, go use this, go to the computer lab, use this chat bot and interact with it, and then reflect on how you felt afterwards with the class. Because many of the presenters have mentioned, it really is the connection with the people that we really care about, right? We can't take away the people aspect of learning. So after they've done this assignment with the ChatGPT, then they come and tell the people in the classroom, what was their experience? Did they like it? Did they not like it? And we give them some guiding questions. So we ask them how it compares to having a real person interview you, the quality of the feedback that ChatGPT provides, and any other strengths or limitations that they observe from the interview task. So obviously this is a pretty high level of usage, but it gives the students an opportunity to think about whether or not it's a good idea to use ChatGPT, and they're using their higher order thinking skills. They're really thinking about the strengths and the weaknesses of these AI opportunities. And some students love it. After doing this assessment, some students found it very nice because they got immediate feedback in times where many times they weren't getting immediate feedback from their professors. They also felt a little bit more relaxed because they didn't feel so judged by people when they were mispronouncing things. So for many students, they enjoyed this assignment, and then they came back to the classroom, and in the classroom, we spoke about it together. So there was a human element to this assignment as well. They were able to reflect to me and to their peers about their feelings about using ChatGPT for interactions. But these are just two things that I've done so far with ChatGPT and with engaging AI in the classroom. I would like to ask you now, what challenges do you face when teaching reading in your classroom? Professor Roshan Ragul posed the question in his session, can everyone learn? Is it true for you in your classrooms? If you wouldn't mind putting it into the chat box now. I also have a Google form in case we have a technical glitch. I can get that information from you later on. Okay, so some of the students are not interested. Any other challenges that you face when you're teaching reading? Okay, the reading lesson is lengthy. So the students start to get bored, is it? And then the level of the students, so you have different levels in the classroom. Yes, I think that that's almost universal. It's very difficult for us to have one class with all the same levels. Right, good. So new vocabulary or teaching vocabulary in context, right? Students have trouble with okay, mother tongue influence, pronunciation and vocabulary. The topics, okay, yeah. So are the students able to identify with the topics that we select? It's a big impact on our teaching, right? If they understand it or if they find it exciting, it impacts their interest in their reading. Pronunciation difficulty. Yeah, I think that this is very interesting. The students can read but can't understand. So they can speak out the word. So if you ask them to read aloud, they'll do it, but the comprehension is lacking. Okay, learner difficulties, dyslexia, yes, absolutely. Some are able to do it and others need help. Yes, the vocabulary and the understanding. And the motivation, right? One of the real challenges is the students' motivation for reading. Okay. Yes, I think that all of these are very good. Thank you very much for all of your answers, and we understand you very well. A difficulty concentrating, difficulty contextualizing. Yes, I think especially for people who don't read often, they have a very difficult time contextualizing because they don't have a framework established. So yes, thank you all for your answers, and feel free to put in more answers as they come to you into the chat box and ask questions in the chat box. So we need to have reading passages that are personalized, appropriate, and engaging, right? We need it to connect with the students and be on their level and be interesting enough to know why they would want to read it. And so this is a real challenge for teachers because we have a lack of resources, we have not enough time to create the texts for the students, to find the right texts that are appropriate, that are not too lengthy. And if it's good for one student, it might not be appropriate for another. A lot of times, even if we're finding a text that's perfect for the middle group, then we've got the top students bored and we've got the bottom students totally lost. And so it's really difficult to find the appropriate level of reading and engaging and interesting enough to, want to engage with the text. And so I'm not going to talk a lot about this because you've heard about it a lot, but just that the TESOL technology standards, there are 4 goals for language teachers: to acquire and maintain foundational knowledge and skills in technology, 2, to integrate pedagogical knowledge and skills with the technology to enhance language teaching and learning, 3, apply technology in record keeping, feedback, and assessment, and 4, use the technology to improve communication, collaboration, and efficiency. So many people have discussed this already in the conference, so I won't go into detail. It is important for us to embrace this technology as a tool. So we've talked about AI. There are 2 main types of AI. One is algorithmic and the other one is generative. So algorithmic provides human-generated answers. Examples of these are Duolingo, which is that language learning app. If you want to learn Spanish, you can go online and use Duolingo or Babbel. Siri also is algorithmic AI. So it's providing human answers, human-generated answers. And then the newer one, which is the generative AI, which provides computer-generated answers. For example, ChatGPT, Gemini, these are the generative ones. So I've focused my attention mostly on the algorithmic one. I think that the future is going to be bright for generative, and you've heard a lot about Gen AI and how to use it. So I'm going to turn my attention a little bit to the algorithmic side of AI. So how we need to empower students for lifelong learning. And this is a challenge because a lot of times students think that learning only happens during their classroom time, and then they leave the classroom and they leave the books behind. So in order to create this desire for lifelong learning, students need to be able to independently learn and independently check their own answers so that they are engaged and becoming responsible learners. And teachers should move to playing more of the role of the facilitator in the classroom. And so how do we do this? This is a big question that many people ask. How do we create an environment for lifelong learning, and how do we make students more responsible for their own learning? And it comes down to whether or not your classroom context allows for it or not. So are you able to use computers, tablets, and smartphones in your classroom? Or do you have to use paper printouts? Why don't you share with me now in the chat? Are the students able to use technology in the classroom, or are you having to rely on paper printouts? Okay, so some people are saying both and some are saying paper printouts. So this is going to be different, slightly different for each group. But those of you who have some access to students using computers, tablets, and smartphones in the classroom, this is going to apply to you first. But I haven't forgotten those of you who say we don't have enough technology in the classroom. So don't worry, I'm going to touch on those of you who are using the paper printouts as well. So I've been using this program called Read Theory for the last 3 years. And the studies that they've done on their own program shows that usage leads to a 15-point advantage in reading growth scores for top North Carolina districts. So this was used and applied in the United States. However, Read Theory is being used globally now. It's just that this report comes from the 2023-24 state reading assessments in North Carolina. And they see that students who are using this program saw a major jump in their reading capacity and their reading scores. And so I have been using Read Theory. I'm a certified educator in Read Theory, and you can also become a certified educator. They actually allow you to sign up. So you just join the wait list on the program, and they will give you a training in how to do this. You don't have to become a certified educator. You can just use the program. But if you feel like you like it and you'd like to learn more about the program, this is a free program and it's accessible to you. So if you want to know more about this, you can go to the website and I'll be talking about that more. So using Read Theory. So it's an online platform. Students can use it on their phones, on their tablets, on the school computers, on their parents' phones. So it's not an application, it's an online mechanism. So they go to Google and they put it in. Once they sign up, they are able to read passages. So what do the passages look like? They look like the ones that you see here. So on the left, we have how plants eat. You notice that this is a very basic passage, a lower level passage. On the right, you see Peaches on Ice. This is I think it's a 10th grade passage. So this is a much more advanced passage. And it asks questions. If you see here, you've got actually 7 questions on the right for Peaches on Ice. And there's one, so the first question is, as used in paragraph 2, which is the best definition of incongruous or incongruous. And so students can choose from 5 different options. So it's multiple choice answers, and students choose the answer. But as you see underneath inappropriate, you can see the core standard is craft and structure, and the explanation they give is, they tell you incongruous, they tell you it's an adjective, they give you the definition, and then they explain why that's the right answer in the paragraph. So there's quite a lot of information that students get. They get it as soon as they finish the reading passage. They'll find out which questions they got right and which questions they got wrong, because the computer grades it for them. And so you'll notice here at the bottom, you can see that the student answered the first 6 questions right, but the 7th one that they got wrong. And so they, even though they've got those right, they can still go back. If they just maybe guessed the answer, they can go back and read what the right answer is and why that's the right answer. So they get a thorough explanation about the answer, whether they got it right or wrong. Any questions? Oh, okay. So on the bottom of the screen, I've circled there's the wrong answer. So we know that the student got one answer wrong. They can see this, and you can also see their work online. So you can find out whether or not they're getting these questions right or wrong. You don't have to look in order for the students to see their answers. So that's good. So that the students don't have to come and say, ma'am, can you check my work for me? Or sir, will you please look at this and tell me why I got the answer wrong? They can independently find out the right answer and why it's right or wrong. Of course, if they don't understand, then they can come to, once they read the explanation, they can come to you for a follow-up. But at least for the beginning part, it's all automated. So there's an answer key with an explanation. It's color coded. So at the top, this is they've colored the right answer with green. They've colored the wrong answer with red. So that's really nice too, because you know then that this answer is a wrong answer. And so there's a visual clue as well, so students don't get so confused. So how does the algorithm work? Well, if you notice here, this is a sample taken from a STAR student who was very dedicated to this program and really wanted to improve their reading skills. So if you see at the bottom of the screen, it says number 46, Sir Isaac Newton changes the world. So that's the text that the student read. You see the date taken. You can see that they did it in October of 2023. You see that it's a grade level 8, and you can see the lexical level, and you can see that they received 20%. So they didn't pass that reading text. The questions were too difficult for them, and they got 20% on an 8th grade text. So then the level came down, right? So for the next text, number 47, driving change, that one is grade 7 rather than grade 8. But the student got 100% on that text. And so the next text, number 48, became more difficult again. So they're back at level 8 again. And then they didn't do so well there. So then they're back at level 7. So it fluctuates. You can see grade 5, 6, 7, 8, based on how the student is doing. If they're doing very, very well, the texts get more difficult. If they're doing poorly, the texts get easier so they can gain confidence in their reading and it's more appropriate to their level. You can also see and monitor how the students are doing and check their grade level progress on their practice quizzes. So if you see at the beginning on the far left-hand side of the screen, the student was at the 5th grade level. Then they went up to 7th grade level, then down, then back up based on their answers. Notice that students cannot drop 3 grade levels below their highest attained grade level. So if you find out that the students are actually getting help from outside, or if they're using Google Translate, or if they're asking their friends for help, then the text will be too difficult for them, and you can reset the level so that they can start again. So it can come down low enough for them to attain success in their reading. And I think that's the main idea here. We're using this application, this website, Read Theory, in order to make it so that students can be successful in reading, that they don't feel that they're a failure in reading, they don't feel that they should give up reading, that they feel that they can do it. And so that's the idea here, that it's appropriate to their levels. So you can see this fluctuation over time, and you can monitor it as well. So important notes about using Read Theory. You should, if you're using this program, encourage your students not to get stuck on one question, just to keep going forward, because then the algorithm can balance things out. And the second thing is that the algorithm will keep adjusting. So if the students are getting outside help from Google Translate, from their friends, from ChatGPT, the text will become too hard for them. You should tell your students this, that if they're getting outside help, it's going to become too difficult. So if students are if certain students are very competitive, they may find it weird that they're not passing every text, because they're maybe used to getting 100% on everything. Those are the, for your top students in your classroom, maybe they're used to getting 100% on every text. And then if they fail, they may feel that that's strange. So you can explain to them that it's pushing them to their highest potential level. What I like about this program is that it's gamified for motivation. So students start as luminaries, and then they move up to orienter, a tactician. So they get these points, and the points put them at different levels. So you can see progress level, virtuoso, 87 points to the next level. And that motivates students to level up. You can also encourage them in the classroom. So, the other good thing is, it doesn't matter what grade level they are all earning knowledge points. So if you've got one student who's at grade 1 and one student who's at grade 5, they're still both earning these knowledge points. So they can be in competition with each other, even though they're reading very different passages with very different vocabulary levels and very different contexts. They can also be all in competition to earn more points, because all of this is standardized between the levels. So they all start out at luminary level, even if they're at different reading levels. So it's gamified for motivation. You can track the student's progress. So here's my superstar student again. The student completed, or the student attempted 364 quizzes. They didn't do this only in the classroom, they did it at home. So this can be taken home for homework as well. And I know that for some of you, it's a bit of a struggle, but if the students are really excited about it, this can be done outside of the classroom as well. Out of the 364, the student only passed 238. So this is important for us to note, because it's not that they have to pass every single quiz. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they keep trying. because the level keeps going up, we need to encourage them to keep trying, keep working, and keep learning. You see that the student has attained 7,413 knowledge points, which are the same for all students. They can all attain that no matter their grade level. You see here that this student is in 8th grade, almost in 9th grade reading level, and you can see their lexicon level is 1,060. So they're in the 8th grade level, almost 9th grade level. When they started this program, they were put in the 5th grade pre-test. So when they did the pre-test at the beginning, they attained a 5th grade level. And now they're nearly at a 9th grade level of reading. And this was within 4 months. So really huge leaps for this student in their reading capacity. And the questions are challenging. So it really does show that the more you practice with this program, the more you progress. So what can be done with this information? So especially with the lexical level, you can assign students books. You can look up what books are, lexical level of 1,000, and you can find the books that might be the right level for them. If you want them to be reading longer passages, you can decide on which are the right lexical level. So that they're not too difficult. So you can use that information for other things. So both of these are the lexical level of 1,000. You can also celebrate achievements. So one thing that a lot of teachers are doing in the United States now is this Hot Cocoa Reading Challenge, which was created by Amy Smith. And she's having students make these mugs. And then as they, paper cutouts of mugs. And as they read, then they can put marshmallows on their mugs, cutting it out and gluing it to their mugs to have a visual representation of their success in reading. So there's another way to motivate them. Technical problems, or for those of you who replied that you're using paper cutout or you're using paper rather than electronics, if students are, forgot their electronic devices or they're uncharged, this program also gives comprehension worksheets. So if you need to have a printable version, you can print out different reading level versions. So it is possible to print. The best way is to use the electronic devices because the algorithm works very well for the individualization aspect. So if you want to differentiate learning in small groups, like for example, here you could find out, if you can find out the students' levels, you can print out these 4th grade worksheets, and then they give you an opportunity to click on text and questions, text, questions, and answers, so that you don't have to print out the same, the whole thing with the answers attached every time, and it will save you some paper. So these do exist. You can also assign them to small groups. So if you identify these students are at a 4th grade level, you can give them that assignment and have another small group, maybe at the 3rd grade level. So you're not, so you can differentiate those groups. And you don't have to tell the students which level they're at. There's also a mechanism to cover that up so the students don't know what level they're working at if you feel like there's going to be some tension between students about not being at the same level. Another thing I really love about Read Theory is that there's a citation. So it models really good practices for the students, right? So this passage here is about pyramids, and we know where it came from. It came from Penn State News, and it gives the author's name. And although, for many of you, you may be teaching younger people, it's so good for them to see citations and giving credit, because then it becomes more normalized and they understand, they can appreciate that it's important to give credit to the original author. So I really like the fact that they provide the citation for the students. They don't ask questions about the citation, but they do that automatically, just giving the citation so that the students see where the origins of the material, because Read Theory didn't write the material themselves, so they need to give credit to the original authors. You can also give the students certificates. You can print out these certificates to celebrate their success. If you need reading comprehension weekly lesson plans, they have weekly lesson plans on the explaining about tone, and these are all leveled as well based on. They're designed for grades 3 to 6, but don't worry, because they can be adjusted to any. They can be adaptable to any age you may be teaching. So it's finding this main idea, finding the central idea. We have to do that at every level of reading, and so it's good for any student that you may be teaching. My critique of Read Theory. So first of all, it's a free program. You don't need to pay. There are ads that come up that so that they can make money, but you don't need to pay, and your students don't need to pay to use it. You can see here that in this passage, Alyssa has a bunch of coins that she wants to organize. First, she puts the quarters into one jar, then she puts the dimes into another, then she puts the nickels into another, and finally she puts the pennies into another. Now, we know that this is American currency, and it's the way that we refer to American currency, but your students may not be familiar with this context. Fortunately, you don't need to know that to be able to answer the question. But why am I highlighting this? It's because it is American-centric, right? So the cultural aspects, the sports that they bring up, the currency that they bring up, there are cultural aspects that are for the American school child and not for the Sri Lankan school child. And so that is my main critique of the program, that it's quite American-centric. I've spoken to the creators, and I've expressed that I think that there should be something where you can tick a box and say, not all of my students are Americans. And so it's a very small team, so they're responsive to that critique, and we'll see if they make some alterations and some changes in the future. So there's a new AI passage builder that uses generative AI. Up until now, we've been talking about predictive AI, but this is about generative AI now. So this is a different part of Read Theory that you can build your own passage. Much like what Kevin discussed in his session, you can make your own reading passage for your students. So I asked it to do a reading passage for Navaratri. And so you can see that they came up with a short passage with text and questions. And then it asks, what does the word Navaratri mean? It asks who is worshipped during Navaratri. You'll notice that this is a little bit problematic, because although in the passage it talks about different avatars of the goddess Durga, on the right-hand side, we actually have the right answer according to Read Theory, but then we have 2 other right answers too. So you have to, many people have talked about this, you have to go through and make sure that you're comfortable with these answers. For example, these are all, according to most Hindus, would be all correct answers. So you would have to go in, once it's produced this text, you'd have to go in and change those so that there's only 1 right answer and not 3 right answers. So if you're interested in using Read Theory, how do you get started? So you want to go to the website, the Read Theory website, and I would encourage you to sign up both as a student and as a teacher. Even if you say, well, I'm a teacher, I'm not a student, I think it's a good idea to sign up as a student as well, because then you get an experience of what your students will see. You'll see what your students see and feel what your students will feel, so you can help guide them through the process. So I would make one account as a student account and one account as a teacher account. And then you need to guide your students to making their own student accounts. And so when you create your student account, you have to put in a class code. If the students put in a class code, then you can track their progress. So they need to make a username, a password, put in their age, and they will choose appropriate topics for different ages. So if a student is under the age of 18, they're not going to see the same topics as somebody who's over 18. And for class code, you can give them their class code, and then you can track their progress. You can see what they're reading, and you can give them feedback, give them encouragement, and give them help if they've got problems. And so, for example, this is just one of my classes. You will see this screen. This is the class code. You can give this to the students and have them add this class code. Much like if you've used Google Classroom, there's a class code for Google Classroom. You give them the class code, and then everybody shows up in your roster, and you can follow and track their progress. So it's always here underneath your class name, as well as so you can always find it easily. When your students first start using the program, you'll see that it'll say, "Let the learning begin," and they'll ask them to answer 8 questions as a pretest. It takes about 20 minutes, and the questions will change in difficulty based on the students' answers. It's important that the students complete this independently so that they get the most accurate level for them, so we can differentiate their learning. If they get up, or if they stop, or if your class ends before the 20 minutes is up and they come back later, they will have to start from the beginning again, because they have to finish the pretest in those 20 minutes. For some students, it might be more like 25 or 30 minutes. So make sure you've got enough time for them to try it out in your classroom. So that was a lot of talk from me. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to send me an email, put it into the chat box, and I'm happy to answer your questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jennifer Goodman, for your thought-provoking and engaging session. And my sincere thanks goes to all for your active participation. With that informative session, we will be moving on to the recorded session of GENERATIVE. GENERATIVE, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session. This is conducted by GENERATIVE. The topic allocated for GENERATIVE is Teaching Literature in the Era of Artificial Intelligence. It's quite obvious that we all get a question whether we can teach literature like traditionally oriented subject, otherwise a skill, using artificial intelligence. Then we all have we further that question whether we can, what will be the future of teaching literature in this particular new generation? What sort of changes will be there in the pedagogy of teaching literature in the new era? So basically, I was born in 1970s and schooled in 1980s. And my experience regarding learning English and learning literature were quite different. Actually, it was not what I discuss right now. Since passing 5 decades of my life, I have been experiencing, even though the technological advancements and even the pedagogical advancements approach into teaching literature is people are a little reluctant to absorb and becoming flexible. This flexible in teaching literature. This lack of resilience always, keeps sort of less dynamics in teaching literature. We all know that when the society becomes dynamic, that we have to cater to that particular dynamic society. Somehow or the other, we in the society have a sort of prejudgment that literature-like subjects must be with old books, traditional teachers, and otherwise it will not come to the fruit. So this topic would have two different dimensions. Some people, some listeners would say that this won't happen, right? Some would say that, yeah, this must happen. So some would stay in the the moderate grounds. In situations like this, I feel like, in presenting my argument regarding teaching artificial intelligence, in this also I have lined up both positives and negatives and how we are going to adapt to the situation, because there is no other option rather than adapting the situation, rather our situation, teach educators, teachers' situation to match with the clientele that we are serving these days. So let me first move on to my PowerPoint. So the topic is teaching literature. Now, of this presentation, would question me whether we teach literature or else our pedagogy must be adapted to learning literature in this particular new tone of the century. So this is another focused discussion that I'm going to have in my presentation. Let's first talk about the evolution of education generally, not actually focusing on literature only here. Education is undergoing rapid change, rapid transformation. We all witness that. We have been witnessing that with the lectures, with the workshops been conducting by prime educators in the world in this particular conference as well. Is an obvious factor that is kind of double, seriously fast is going on in the development dynamics of education. Therefore, the previous century, otherwise a century that I've been given the pedagogy of teaching by my masters, cannot be applied now totally. There are certain changes that have to take off. Mainly because of that, I feel understanding this dynamics in total transformation of education is very important. Example, the book, the classroom, the teacher, and the student. Such combination, that collaboration must be there in education, but I feel that it is quite different because of certain changes that we underwent in the past few decades. And this geography is totally different, mainly because of these rapid changes in the world. So let me talk about the first. I'm going to talk about three here, but these are not the only three, but I have seen these as the basics that could change the education landscape in the world. First is globalization. It had been happening, right? It's not for today on, it had been happening. Not because of the 21st century dawn, it had been happening in the world. We have been embracing the changes as well. Global dynamics could always suggest that education must come into certain holes and moves and holes and moves. Sometimes some suggestions were like whirlwinds, right? Those whirlwinds totally changed the landscape and suggested a total new one. So, in the case of globalization, that actually changed the landscape, and I'm going to. Globalization always, makes changes, suggests changes, right? We have to be global citizen now. And again, further that we have to go and embrace the definition that we have already become cyber citizens, right? So the next important point is capitalism. Do you think that capitalism is something that can change education geography? It's for sure, right? In the pre-modern generations, modern, and we are in the postmodern generation. So in the growing capitalism, starting from agricultural societies up to now, growing capitalism obviously creates suggestions to people, right? You should be a person like this to match with this particular capitalistic needs of a society. Capitalism is another important point that I discuss here today, which makes dynamics in education geography. Next, not the last, there may be many situations in the future suggested by the changes of the world, but another turning point of our education expectations of the society, the post-pandemic challenge, pandemic and the post-pandemic challenges that we are encountering. Globalization, when you go to the slide, you can identify that globalization provided opportunities, right? For example, we could rather go to world without getting a visa. Now, in Sri Lanka, we have visa troubles. Even without a visa, we can travel to another country. Now, I can live in USA, in the USA, and going to university as well. That those virtual exchanges, resource exchanges, and even sometimes we exchange human resources. We experience that in this conference as well. And there are a lot of online resources. Obviously, that we are an island nation, we can't rather live in this and depend on the resources that we have here, mainly because of lack of ability to generalize the facts that we get from this country only. Therefore, we have to consult and move into the world and find out resources online. And there are challenges, right? Competition is so high because one who lives in inland rural area would have the opportunity to go into America and exchange the opportunities, otherwise exchange the resources, knowledge, and skills. Because of that, there's a high competition. Being in Colombo is not the only opportunity for us to go into the globalized world. So therefore, the competition is high. I see it as a kind of very positive, otherwise optimistic reception in this particular aspect. And we can get lifelong education, and there are lifelong education needs as well. Example, mainly because of poverty, mainly because of economic conditions, people become dropouts. Perhaps one person stops education in all levels because of economic conditions. So the person can yearn for education, reapply for education after a long time, because after some time they spend in their life, like perhaps in the 40s, 50s, they can restart their education. So the globalized world often share their opportunities. Like university experience is one that we experience now in Sri Lanka. So let's go to capitalism. How can capitalism be an important factor? Capitalism often invites people to be materialistic. It is one of the key factors in capitalism. And we become ambitious as well. So the education landscape must serve to cater to people to understand how important this is to become a citizen in this capitalistic world. We can make ambitious people, but on the other hand, we have to rather strike a balance as well between capitalism, materialism, ambitious nature, and how you become a kind of morally developed human being as well. Somehow or the other, these are quite important factors that change the education geography in Sri Lanka, in the world. Pandemic, we all know that pandemic was the turning point of this. Especially when I rather recall my experience when I got my appointment in early 2000 into one of the remoter schools, one of the distant schools in southern province, deep end of southern province. I was entrapped, right? Physically, I was entrapped. There was no electricity, no buses to go out. So when I needed to read something, even that I was to wait for a bus to go to some to travel some 30 kilometers and to go to a library and learn. I found that isolation was also there those days, right? Even now we find such physical isolations. People are insulated because of certain created opportunities in certain geographies. But the pandemic created something similar, but it was there was no choice for people. In my case, in my job, I did not have a choice, but I could rather get my life choice and come to some area. But pandemic provided an obvious provided an opportunity, not opportunity actually, a challenge that you must be isolated from the society. Therefore, we were at a dead end to that. And comparatively, in my condition in that school and pandemic situation and being insulated from the society, they were quite different. In this era, the pandemic came. In that year, the pandemic came that I had another option. What was that option? It was a cyber world, right? I could rather reach my ends, expectations using online platforms, using certain apps, and I could rather use my social media to reach people, and I could rather continue my education as well. Even children could continue their education. So I really like this particular statement, particular point. Pandemic was destructive to the world, but it suggests us something rather very constructive to education field. I do not say that there are cons as well with this. There are problems, but society yearns something, so that if we do not rather cater to that, if we do not rather supply that, definitely that we are going to be a nation which is going to be lagged in the world. So we started, adopting our education system, right? Adapting the way of getting education as well. And yeah, we have started in accelerating the achieving technical knowledge as well. Even the all teachers would rather learn how to use WhatsApp, how to use certain social media platforms, and certain apps and all. Even Zoom became so popular. So we started, reaching people. So the world is not a huge place now. There are certain conditions that we've passed. First, it was a huge place. After that, it became a global village. And after that, it shrinked into a little, and we started calling it global family. Now we all see that it's global glasshouse. In this global glasshouse, we all can observe each other's conditions. There are, again, pluses and minuses. I bring out one nice experience to you. All those days in 80s, 90s, like when people go to other countries, when they go to Bandar Naik International Airport, when they go into, when someone goes into that, the family members cry like people who cry at a crematorium when someone is buried, someone is cremated. Because once the person goes into that, we get information, we at least get a photo after several weeks. The separation is imminent, and it was really difficult to bear up as well. So, but now it is not so, right? It's like we are always with the person. We are like always in touch. So this is shrinking to that level. So all these conditions have suggested the need of change of education. So that's my point I wanted to highlight here. In this sense, education needs change. If we look around, if we look and observe around, we can see that education administration needs changes. They are the policymakers, right? Administrators make policies with the government, with ministries and all, and after that, that is crept into the curriculum designers. If the education policymakers do not get the necessary, otherwise relevant steps, relevant suggestions, that curriculum designers will not work. So that thinking about the needs, that education administration must think twice, and then we come to curriculum. Curriculum is almost like a map of education. We move on in education along with the suggestions of the curriculum. Then the institute. All those days we had kind of a traditional definition that institute ends in the outer boundary, physical physical wall. But now it goes beyond that. It goes beyond the earth and goes into the cyber world. Perhaps things are intangible. It's a kind of virtual reality that we travel in sometimes. So even the classroom is not, doesn't end in the physical boundary. The two most important stakeholders in this venture are teacher and student. Teacher and student, how do you think about the dynamics between these two important entities? Teacher, is he a teacher? Is she a teacher anymore? It's a fact to realize that we can't forget that we can't forget that there was a teacher, and we still need that teacher in the classroom, because education, the formal education is not the only education facet that a child must get into. Therefore, the teacher's role is not still replaced, but it is amended, it is adopted. And the most important stakeholder is student. Is he a student? In traditional classes, they were students, but can we call them students anymore? Are they students? He's a physical, human resource, but it's a very seriously a dynamic definition, right? So let's see the student category that we serve. Who are the students that we serve? We serve to Generation Z. Okay, they grew up in the early social media and smartphones. And in my case, I'm 50, but still I rather started using my social media in 2000, in early 2009. Still, we could not get into that generation. They were this generation was born in that, and they were living in that, and they usually called digital natives, but they experienced a transition from analog to digital. I remember we had analog mobiles, and we came to digital world after that. We were adults eventually. Yes, and what about the next one? Started from 2010, Generation Alpha. Is far more serious, right? We have to understand little. We have to make an effort to understand it. They're surrounded by digital world. They were born and surrounded by digital world, surrounded by artificial intelligence, smart tech, and mostly automation. They always, think about automation, tech savvy, and early exposure to tablets, digital learning, and many of the adults listen to this would agree. Still, we prefer the PDF, otherwise a tangible book, rather than a PDF. There's a print, otherwise print or a tangible book, rather than the PDF or kind of a soft copy. We feel that we are reading when we get into that, but it's different case scenario when it comes to the digital natives that we find in Generation Alpha and Z. I often see that they take notes on the notepad. They type on the notepad. They use both the fingers and they type fast, rather than, in my case, I'm good at writing still. So we actually teach, talking about this particular clientele. So let's think about the pros and cons of integrating technology in education. A lot of, plus points are there. Is an obvious, the world has already proven through research that this would accelerate learning, that this would rather create digital natives and people who would go into the globalized world. So these are certain pros and positive points. Virtual reality, augmented reality is also there. Gamification, interactivity is high, which they usually expect. Like in my generation, we define interaction as we physically meet people, we start collaborating, talking, laughing, sharing our emotions and all. That's not this interactivity. This kind of online interactivity. And again, a creative teacher can transform this interactivity into kind of moderation. Like you can meet and do the interaction. Personalized learning is one of the very important factors that we have to realize as a benefit in this, including technology in education. and it caters individual needs. For person, if we have seen people who are a little slow in education, otherwise who are fast in education, how they mash the gap through technology. It's global collaboration, right? I told you that it's not an inland rural school anymore. We can rather take it with little thinking that we can take it to the center of America, center of another developed country. Development of critical 21st century skills. Here we have to protect our tradition. It's true, but what do you think that we have to think more? Are we to lack in that and protect our culture only? Protecting of our culture is quite important. It's 75%. I agree with that, but 25% I give to this new digital natives, because they need that, so that why you're teaching that, we can actually teach them how to protect the culture. Cons, digital divide. I don't have to rather explain this. You have been listening to this for a long time during this particular conference as well, and it has been. But I think that in the next 10-15 years, this would be the equality everywhere. Otherwise, we can't rather talk about this particular topic further, because digital devices they kind of obviously play a serious role in achieving this, achieving the objectives of this particular topic. People over rely on the technology rather than going to social skills. That has happened, right? Sometimes when you visit one of your friend's place, your friend and the wife, otherwise husband, they would be talking to you, but children are in their own rooms. But when you're physically connected, they are connected to the world through their devices. And certain psychological, otherwise physical ailments would be there, like I have mentioned here. Last is very important. How teachers are ready to accept this particular change. Are they dynamic? If they're not dynamic, whatever the change, whatever the infrastructure provided, that the thing would not rather go on. This change would not happen. So they must be ready to get the training, and they must be ready to walk into that particular new world along with the student and the learner. As I said, this creates a dilemma. Are we to stay back? Are we to move forward? Tradition or embracing change? So as many of your educators, otherwise education policymakers, this would be a quite good suggestion. Are we to stay in tradition or to go into embrace a change? We are quite confused. We have a dilemma mainly because of the era that we are in an interregnum. In this interregnum, we get kind of confused mindset. What are we to do? What are we to include in our pedagogy? What is my role? What is the student's role? That is the reason that these sort of conferences are important for us. So let's move. This is a debatable topic because majority believes that literature must be taught in a very traditional environment, traditional, using traditional texts and with traditional methodology. Mainly, the educator must think very traditionally and approach very traditionally with tangible books and very kind of students who, learners who are totally engaged in reading, the learners who have got reading as a kind of extreme habit. It's true, right? The learners, educators, and everybody must think in that particular manner. But it's inevitable that the education landscape has changed and we are at an interregnum. We have to think anew. Somehow or the other, I too agree that literature is a subject that should be taught in a very traditional context. And all the same, on the other side as well, we have to, if we do not change, the learners would not follow us and they would perhaps leave the subject literature. To keep the grip with them, it's really good to show our dynamics and change our thinking pattern as well. So in this presentation, I would suggest certain areas that we can adopt artificial intelligence to teach literature. Let's first talk about what are the areas that we usually teach in literature. Once we get a literary text, we usually teach, otherwise we let them research about the writer, otherwise the poet, and we let them think about the social context, the setting, because they matter a lot, right, in understanding characters, relationships, and even the thematic concerns. Knowing about the poet, context, setting, they are very important. They are not the musts, but without them, we can't rather move forward with the other areas of literature teaching. And we think about the characters. What sort of characters are they? Are they dynamic, static, round, flat? And we think about the characterization as well. And after that, we try to build up the relationships. A and B, what sort of relationship is there with A and B? And what about the others, right? A and B with the society, and B with the other family members, otherwise friends in a school. So we usually draw relationship networks, otherwise maps. And especially when it comes to characters, we draw character maps as well. It's one technique to get a clear picture about characters. We draw character maps, and we draw relationship networks as well. Then it's important to think about literary devices, narrative devices, and how they are utilized in the literary text, and how they're going to be useful for the reader to understand the core of the core that the writer is going to present, and we can get the assistance of literary and narrative devices to understand the thematic concerns as well. Then themes, the messages the writer is going to pass, and after that, usually we get comments. After analyzing all this, we get comments. What is your personal comment about, otherwise opinion about this literary text, this particular context, this character, this relationship? And what do you think about this theme? Is it prevailing? It is universal, and it is ubiquitous, and so on. Sometimes we get the comments verbally, and mostly in Sri Lankan context, we prefer to get written communication, written comments. I feel that verbal communication must also be encouraged, because in different learning styles we encounter in the classrooms can give kind of urgency to give verbal written answers in simultaneous manner. So in our traditional education system, we mostly provide opportunity for written commentaries. And weaving, usually we know that weaving has already become another major technique, major skill in language testing, like speaking, listening, speaking, reading, writing. Weaving is also another important skill we intend to test in the next decade. Weaving is really connected to literature. So once we read something, once you hear something, with the imagery we receive, we start weaving a picture. Sometimes that your picture and the writer's intended picture would not be similar. Just for example, I'm sitting under a mango tree, huge mango tree. The writer's mango tree and the mango tree that you create in your mind would not be same. You create your own experience in your mind. So, and you display that as well. Okay, sometimes, in visual mode, otherwise picture mode, you can display. That is also another outcome. Very rarely we do such, we use such techniques to check the understanding of the literary text in our traditional classrooms. Example, you read a poem and you draw the poem. Okay, rather than that, we encouraged people to come with a verbal, otherwise written commentary. And we get the review. Reviewing is your opinion about it. Like you provide your opinion in your review, like this is good, this is good, this is good, and you sometimes provide your opinion regarding the things to improve as well. So this actually develops a critical evaluation, the ability to critical evaluation, right? You are not biased to Shakespeare sometimes. If you feel Shakespeare has done something good, you tell that, and with reasons you try to show that this area that I do not like. So this is kind of open skill that we develop in teaching literature. So these are quite important when teaching a literary text. So traditional methods of teaching literature, as I told you, that it's kind of prevalent. Right? It's very, I mean, many educators embrace that, believing that this is one of the best ways of teaching literature. So what are the pros and what are the cons? Pros, it gives way to critical thinking and deep analysis because you are totally engaged, you read, you yourself annotate, and you yourself study that with the help, perhaps with the teacher's help, a little help. You create meaningful connections with texts. It's you do that, right? It's your brain does it. Allow guided exploration of complex narrative and symbolic meanings. These symbols are symbols and imagery are culture-oriented. Example, some imagery which sometimes artificial intelligence would bring would not go with your analysis. Example, the terms called Sri Lankan food like halapa, kaung and all, right? They are not really familiar in the world context, right? It's extremely culture-oriented. So in the traditional mode, that you always, get the assistance of your social context in analyzing the text. Okay. And create meaningful connection with the text, because when it happens like that, like when you have meaningful, when you are in a meaningful context, when you see that meaningful imagery and meaningful symbols and all, you feel that you understand. You feel that you understand the text, right? You're in that. Like example, when you read Sri Lankan short stories, you get more understanding rather than when you read Nigerian short stories. Especially when it comes to Chimamanda Adichie, she uses a lot of imagery extremely related to the culture. So then we have to Google and see what sort of food, what sort of outfit that this can be. The cons, something important. In the clientele that we discussed just a while ago, they may not engage, this method may not engage all students. Okay, basically we know Generation Z and Generation Alpha carry shorter attention spans. Okay, and they rely on their short-term memory mostly, and yeah. Now the problem is now in here we find that the educators rely on lengthy reading assignments and dense analysis sometimes. Then if there is a student with little knowledge regarding critical analysis at the beginning, that person would leave the subject. So what we must do is to encourage them to come and embrace the subject with an existing ability to analyze. So in traditional method, when even working in groups, we find that students find it difficult to, when they find it difficult to follow the pace of others, they feel depressed. And they feel static or disconnected for Generation Z students, right? This method is little disconnected because they don't like black and white letters. They like colors, they like videos, right? They like visual literature, they like applied literature. So they like to interact with others always, right? Now, when the teacher-student interaction is also only going on in the classroom, that they find it little disconnected, decentralized from that particular education context. These are the problematic areas I find in traditional literature classes. Can we use AI to teach literature? When using AI, what areas would be facilitated? When you look at the first one, you see AI tools analyze, simplify, and present text innovatively. Okay, I will be suggesting some apps and software, otherwise AI tools, to you in the coming slides. AI tools help us to analyze, simplify, and present text innovatively. But still, I find that there's a problem in this as well, because it is not our brain, our own ability that analyzes the literary text. But this can be kind of an initiative for a student who is wishing to come into this subject and to embrace the subjects. There are certain students who have the passion to study, but they have little language ability, and they don't have that much of critical evaluation as well. But they have the passion to read literature, and when they see others, they say, "I too feel like becoming a reviewer, writer, and all." But for such students, of course, this sort of engagement would be very facilitating. Tools allow educators to approach literature from fresh perspective. Even this is kind of facilitating to the educators as well. Like we all are struggling with time. When struggling with time, AI tools will be really facilitating to the teachers as well. This approach would help Generation Z because they yearn for association of digital devices and technology. This makes literary analysis more accessible, personalized, and engaging, right? Different tools like ChatGPT, and there are many others. They give personalized comments. Like if you want to get a simplified version of a summary, you can actually ask that, right? And again, your language level would be understood with your prompt as well by the tool. So it raises questions about evolution of traditional teaching methods. When you use the AI, these questions, evolution of traditional teaching methods, this opportunity to enrich learning experiences, challenges in integration and reliance on AI. So these are the areas these are the pros we get when we use artificial intelligence in teaching literature. AI can assist learners to get language comprehension. They get vocabulary support, grammar assistance, simplified summaries as well. Even though there are controversies regarding them, I suggest that to initiate the subject, beginner would be facilitated with this little assistance, right? And again, we can actually learn languages. So for example, there are AI supported tools. You type it and you question whether my grammar is correct, whether my punctuation is correct. Otherwise, suggest me different language, suggest me different sentence pattern. Okay, I use same sentence pattern throughout. Can you suggest me different sentence pattern? I overuse certain vocabulary. So how can I include different diction in my commentaries? So they will be such learners will be supported by AI. Then we can get an idea about cultural context. Okay, we can go back to historical, cultural context, and we can get deeper insights using artificial intelligence tools. And we get translation support as well when it comes to code switching, code mixing, and when it comes to multiple language inclusion in certain literary texts, we get the support from AI. Literary analysis. For teacher, of course, this is quite facilitating because when it's very time-saving as well, even though many do not recommend this, right? Example, in the early days, in the time that I studied, that I happened to get a book, perhaps 2-3 books to get the meaning of one little imagery. Sometimes even dictionaries did not support me. So I was in that. I was deeply engaged in that. Right, it became kind of a habit formation as well, right? Always, checking the dictionary, tangible book, dictionary, and checking that particular word. It was a habit, and I was engulfed in that as well. Even that habit is there with me now. But students, learners in this century would be more to easy access, okay? Because they are also struggling with time. If the teachers are struggling with time. In character analysis also, we get insight about the characters' motivations, developments, and all. We can understand symbolism, symbols which are not really familiar with us, imagery which are not very supportive to us to understand, would be facilitated with AI. And again, related to the previous one, we can actually use virtual reality, augmented reality to picturize those particular unusual contexts in the visual mode. We can get in the visual mode. In AI related to when a literature with the assistance of AI, we can get the facility of interactive engagement, interactive learning, like quizzes are there and gamification is there. They elaborates that enhances the collaboration of the learners, and we can create discussions. Sometimes, even though WhatsApp is not a learning device, we can actually we were able to develop our discussions through WhatsApp. But now in Sri Lanka, WhatsApp is not really recommended now, and we can go for personalized learning. Like commonly, the lecturers, teachers give advice, but if you want to go for your own pace of learning, like you can adapt the learning pace and feedback of our writing. Sometimes it's one of the difficult areas, that difficult experiences we get, like when there are many in the classroom, the teacher is not able to give personal comments, so that when you feed that to AI, we can get a personal comment about your language, diction, use of punctuation and structure, and even the content. Yes, it's another one, creative expression. As I said earlier, we can ask for suggestions of different sentence structures and structure of an essay. Projects, like we can go for different projects, like we can create videos, graphics, and we can go for infographics, like so. Then, of course, actually, we can create environment to get alternative assessment rather than the traditional assessments. So these are some of the pluses I suggest. So let me suggest certain supportive apps, sites, and software. Many of you know them, but this is what I have experienced in my teaching. So if they are supportive, you can take them to your own teaching as well. Often the easy access is ChatGPT. That's, I don't know, this has already become kind of ChatGPT era. There are different pros and cons. Different barriers also there are in secondary, tertiary education systems. But it cannot be avoided. For example, when people create ChatGPT detectors, some create how to hide ChatGPT links and make your writing clean. So this has already become, this has already gone viral. So once you go through this list, you can find a huge assistance can be taken from ChatGPT to enhance our literature teaching and literature learning, especially when it comes to text analysis and interpretation. Earlier, it was done by a human brain, but now GPT does it. I have a little controversial viewpoint regarding this, but still this must be done in a very controlled manner. That the teachers, otherwise educators, role goes into goes from the teacher to facilitator plus a moral advisor like. So you must give a little bit of advice that how can you achieve life if it is going on in this particular belt. We can get all these assistants, like you can just read them. I don't have to read each and every. I really love this one, visualizing literary settings and plots. Example, now certain plots, certain literary contexts are a little difficult for us to understand. So AI would help. And making question papers, that's in a GIF-like, you can actually make a question paper with a clear prompt you provide to ChatGPT. You can suggest that, okay, the short story is this, the writer is this, the context is this. So I need to give an essay type question. So my students are from grade, we'll say 10, 11, otherwise 12, 13. They are from urban, semi-urban, rural, and it's their first year, first term. Like us, when you give the prompt clearly, they suggest you the question. And again, if you have a question, you can type it and you can make it rather the grammar clear, punctuation clear, spellings clear. So that sort of a help can be taken with ChatGPT. And black box is also almost like ChatGPT. It's also very accessible, and the almost same assistance is given with this one. You can actually load the texts, otherwise upload the texts, and you can give your command that you get. Then you get your assistance from this tool as well. This is Black Box AI. Just try and see. Comparatively, ChatGPT is much easier than this one. But this is also okay, right? We are without paying that you can go into the. You can get the assistance of this as well. Quillbot. This is really interesting. This is to rewrite, paraphrase, and all. Like, if you feel your writing is almost in almost all the time that you do very monotonous pieces of writing, so you can type it and you can just ask the Quillbot to give a different style of this particular paragraph, and you can ask Quillbot to paraphrase it, rewrite it, and include different words. This is a little bit flexible in that particular work. So this is it, Quillbot. These are the functions you can achieve from that. So this is one example. It's one actually function I have taken from Quillbot. I included this and I really wanted it to paraphrase it. So it has already given me sort of a different text, and it suggests that these sort of changes that it has done to my text. So it's also very supportive for us to have an understanding about what sort of areas that I should change. It's almost like a language study. You evaluate, you reflect on your language when you do it like this. WordTune is also another important AI tool. Shapes your scattered thoughts into exactly what you mean to say with a free AI writer that can paraphrase, rewrite, correct your grammar and more. So there are different uses, but I will suggest one use. You can suggest this to students if your students are interested in. I have typed one sentence here. The man came to meet me tomorrow. This is grammatically incorrect, right? So I just suggested that, and I just wanted it to correct me. So that it has different types of sentences. Okay, different patterns are given. Like tomorrow the man will meet me. I will meet the man tomorrow. He is coming to meet me tomorrow. Tomorrow he will meet me. Likewise, you can be corrected all the same that you can get different suggestions from this side. It is available in ChatGPT as well, but I just suggest some other texts as well, other tools as well here. Grammarly is a very common one. I often use Grammarly because I find there are certain problems in my language. Before I publish, especially when it comes to paper setting and all, I get the help of Grammarly because I find that it's more trustworthy than some other AI tools. So a very interesting AI tool, IBM Watson Tone Analyzer. Tone of the text is analyzed along with the diction of the writer, the connotations, denotations, sometimes the length of the words like monosyllabic, disyllabic, polysyllabic words, and their frequencies, sometimes sentence patterns, sentence styles, the frequency of simple sentences, frequency of complex and compound sentences. And with the use of those technical things, the tone of the text will be analyzed. It is kind of very interesting, but again, I have a little suggestion, right? Tone must be analyzed by you because tone of the text must be analyzed by you and you must get the mood. But here, when the tone and mood, everything analyzed, what is a function of the reader? But anyway, my topic is AI and literature, so it's my duty to suggest these areas. But this gives a facility for beginners, and again, gives facility for teachers who begin to teach literature. And if it is for your own personal studies, when there are certain incidents like social incidents like we'll say a pandemic situation again, that you get all these facilities in your computer. And again, people who are far away to Colombo, when you don't have the facility to come here to get education for higher studies, these are quite helpful for you, right? So all these tools would provide nearly 10, 15 teachers function. So think about them. Voyant is also very important. It is designed to help users interpret text, and can be used for a variety of purposes, including digital humanities research. We all know what digital humanities is. All those days we analyze humanity in relation to human emotions, human relationships and all. But here, AI tools are there to analyze humanities using digital tools. Just for example, analysis of the corpus. How often? Now, sometimes even Voyant can analyze, do a kind of corpus analysis. From what corpus these words are selected, and how often certain words are used, how often these sentence patterns are used. So this would suggest an idea. Otherwise, this would let you reflect about your writing. This would reflect about the writer's, use of language as well, which would give kind of advanced study for literature teachers, especially. And this is good for critical analysis as well. When you write critical essays, critical analysis essays, you comment about the structure of a literary text. This would be quite helpful. So Voyant gives records like this. You can see. If you want, you can make a sketch like this regarding your text. And one sentence, every single sentence is analyzed. It is given separate analysis levels as well. Figma.com like tools are important because they help us to annotate. Simply, we have moved away from this paper book thing in the post-pandemic era. We happen to rather save papers as well, and there's kind of huge wave going on that use of papers means cutting down trees. So we use computers, mobile phones to read. So there are digital annotating tools are very important for us because they suggest us sort of organization, right? Example, you read an academic article, you annotate and go to the other one. That annotation can be kept in a uniform manner when you use annotating tools. Example, in my case, I'm a little irregular in my annotations. I use red color for this one, and again another color for the same one. But that confuses me always, so that this would facilitate us to make ourselves a little organized. So these sort of tools are there. This will be very handy in learning literature. Kahoot, many know this. Game-based learning platforms. Then how can we use this in teaching literature? Actually, this would give you quizzes and games as well. Example, the novel that I teach, Nectarine Eve. Yeah, it's now the day that I begin to teach that novel, I would rather give a little background, rather contextual analysis of the text, like a A4 page contextual analysis. So without giving that, I can rather insert this to Kahoot and ask kind of a digital game, otherwise a quiz. So they do the quiz, They try it out and they get the answers as well here. After that only you can give the students a reading. It's almost like a pre-reading activity. You can create pre-reading activities in relation to literature using Kahoot. So you have to register yourself like this. When it comes to this level, you can upload one of the PDFs, otherwise whatever the text mode to Kahoot. And you can ask Kahoot to generate the quiz. And there are different options, right? Quizzes, options, even you can make presentations. So the article included how do you cope with challenges. It was in relation to Kamala Markandeya's Nectar in a Sieve, so that it gives kind of multiple choice questions with pictures. Pictures are, of course, not really related to that. Pictures would help us to understand little context. This is not rather Indian picture, but it's about a woman. What does Rukmani symbolize in the novel? So the exact word is resilience, so that they are easy. It's quite easy for people to understand. And again, through this, we can teach vocabulary related to a literary text as well. Okay. Again, another tool, Quizlet. There also you have to upload the texts and you can get questionnaires. Okay. Kahoot is quite easy to handle rather than Quizlet. This is quite interesting. Tone analyzer. Okay. Elicit textual analysis by suggesting themes, plot summaries, and symbol interpretation. So I uploaded one article and I got the summary like this. And again, if I rather ask, they give references as well. So I can walk through the references and get more understanding about the text. Coggle is also very interesting. It is to make mind maps in literature. I told you that we teach about characters. We draw character maps and we draw character relationships, relationship maps and all. Coggle would really be helpful for you to draw beautiful character maps. These will be very interesting as well, right? Example, when you can actually give them as homework. Use Coggle and make mind maps. And Canva is also another handy tool that we can use, that we can create infographics, posters, and even mind maps. I believe that Canva is a very familiar one that I could not include here, C-A-N-V-A, Canva. It's kind of free tool. You can take it to the mobile phone as well. I often use it in my literature teaching. This is also very important. You can upload a text to this, the word to text voice, word text to voice, I'm sorry. So you get the PDF, otherwise Word document, and you cut the words, cut the information and paste it over there. I have pasted an overview regarding everyday use by Alice Walker. So I can go for options regarding the voice as well, woman's voice, man's voice, American voice, British voice and all. So you get the human verification as well. After that, you just click it to transform, then you get the MP3 version. This is quite important for students who are not really good in reading, people who do not opt to read. You know that there are auditory learners and visual learners, right? Some auditory learners would be facilitated with MP3 mode. Example, once you give a reading article, you can ask them to read it first silently, and after that, second, perhaps third time, like you can play the record as well. Okay. Otherwise, you can give it as a listening activity first. So this multimodality is very important in the classroom when planning lessons in relation to literature. Otherwise, you know, majority would not go with you. I often have tested this. Students are good at, you know, reading. Many are not. Many students are good at reading. The other category that is little reluctant to read. I don't know. It has become a trend. When it comes to our own children also, we find that one reads, the other one is reluctant to read. So we have to try out different methods to keep them engaged. So these suggestions are for you because of that. So a tool that I often use, word text to video, word or text to video. What is it? In video, like free tools are there. You can actually pay and get the full version of it, but still you can manage with these light versions as well. You can join with Google and you enter this. And after that, you can paste. Otherwise, you can give a prompt like, I need a video in relation to, let's say, Vendor of Sweets by R.K. Narayan. I'm going to play this in front of my students. I'm going to play this in the classroom, grade 10. These are the beginners, and I have never done I have never started the drama. The novel, I'm going to give an introduction only. Give me a 2-minute video. I will give my instruction again. You type, I'm going to teach this to grade 10 first term students. They are the beginners from a suburban school. I have never given any introduction about Vendor of Sweets, the novel written by R.K. Narayan. So give me a video, give me a 2-minute video to show to students in my class. With the clear prompt only, that they will provide a clear video. But here there's a little problem. We don't get pictures exactly connected to that particular literary text. Mostly pictures are little related, but they are not exactly connected. That's one problem I identify here. But still, sometimes, the wording and even the the sounds would give a little facility for students to understand what you intend to give them. Let's turn to the Sri Lankan context. In Sri Lanka, even though Sri Lanka is an island nation, Sri Lanka bridges educational gaps. It enhances engagement, supports multilingual learning, and connects students globally. That is obviously we have found in Sri Lankan context. Many are connected to global context, right? Many students get involved in these exchange programs, and sometimes they have these digital exchange programs on social media. They interact with people. That is something that we commonly find, but it is not everybody's story. When it comes to digital device as a con, in rural areas, because of lack of devices, unequal distribution of resources and all, and disturbing internet access, not rather allow everyone to get involved in this sort of thing. And specifically, we have to think about teacher training gaps. Okay, if the teachers are not really familiar with these digital tools, otherwise using AI, when the students are familiar with AI, there will be a conflict between the two parties in the class. Once a teacher is ready with the lesson, students have already completed that using AI. They are faster in their IQ than us. We all know that, right? Because of the generation. So then inevitably we need to get at least a little bit of training regarding this, because we must know what they are doing at least. Sometimes when I say, okay, this is about this particular poem, if they have mobile phones in classes, like they take it and use. But in the school, of course, we don't have it. If there are students who make themselves the day before when they come to the classroom, right? So there's a huge challenge for us, and we must know what sort of knowledge, what sort of strategies they use in finding information. And must know is many students know what they're going to be taught in the classroom today before they come to the classroom. That is one of the challenges we experience in our life now. So when it comes to overdependence on screens, it's almost like screen addiction would give kind of social and psychological, physical problems. That's a known fact. And in Sri Lankan like countries, we find infrastructure problems. Therefore, literature cannot be always included in teaching. We can't have kind of smooth gel of the two areas because of these infrastructure problems. So I think that I have come to the end of my presentation. It was about integrating literature into AI in the new era. So, final note is tech in learning lights away, building tomorrow, today. Think. Thank you very much. Thank you, NIE Organizing Committee, and my colleagues who organized this conference. And I must mention my two colleagues, Champi and Prasanna Handungoda, for helping me to develop this particular presentation. All the best to you. Thank you very much.
Now the platform is open for you for the Q&A session. Press call. Thank you very much for your informative workshop guidance. Thank you all the participants for your participation. With that, we have reached the end of the 36th National RESC Conference and 11th National Conference on Language Assessment 2024 under the theme Making English Language Teaching Ready for the Era of Generative AI, Challenges, Motivation, and Readiness. Now, we will be moving on to the closing ceremony.
Let me now invite Ms. Rasika Fernando, Coordinator, RESC Chill Out, to deliver the vote of thanks representing the organizing committee of the 25th National RESC Conference and 10th National Conference on Language Assessment held in 2023. Over to you, Ms. Rasika.
Good evening. It's both a privilege and pleasure to propose vote of thanks as we come to the end of an insightful and engaging online national conference on language assessment and National RESC Conference 2024. First and foremost, a very big thank is extended to Director General NIE, Professor Prasad Setunga, and Deputy Director General NIE, Dr. Darshana Samaravira, for providing us the opportunity to bring teachers, teacher educators, and scholars together to this online platform. Thank you so much, dear sirs. Next, I extend my sincere thanks to the organizing committee from the Department of English NIE, Madam Kalani Virosha and her team, for their meticulous planning and seamless execution, your attention to every detail, ensuring a smooth virtual platform experience has been commendable. Thank you, everyone. I am much thankful to the technical support team from Department of IT Services, NIE, Assistant Director in Programming, Mr. Mohan Vijayaratna and his team, Department of Electronic Dissemination, Director, Mr. Rasika Balasuriya and his team, and Media Unit, NIE. Your dedication behind the scenes is much appreciated. Unless for your great contribution, we wouldn't have made this online conference a success. Next, I extend my sincere thanks to the officials of Ministry of Education Sri Lanka, Director, English and Foreign Languages Branch, Madam Nimali Badureliya, Deputy Director, English and Foreign Languages Branch, National RESC Coordinator, Madam Indumini Darshika, for their great support to make this event a reality. Our distinguished guest speakers for all 3 days, your insights and expertise enriched this online conference immeasurably. The knowledge shared here on making English language teaching ready for the era of generative AI will undoubtedly inspire and guide us in our respective fields. A very special thank to you, dear esteemed speakers, for sharing the valuable insights with us. I wish to thank British Council Sri Lanka and US Embassy for extending their fullest cooperation for this national conference. As usual, you have been supporting us over the years. The organizers of 26th National RESC Conference and 11th Conference on Language Assessment, RESCA, North Central and Uva Province. All the coordinators and members of RESC, Polonnaruwa, Anuradhapura, Badulla, Bandarawela, Monaragala, and Mahianganaya. Your commitment and continuous support to Department of NIE to organize this event is much appreciated. All the RESC coordinators throughout the island, thank you ever so much, my dear colleagues, for the extensive support given in preparing digital posters, video workshops, and shared thoughts with your team members. You are deeply remembered in our sincere thanks. Last but not least, I extend my warmest thanks to all the attendees of the RESC conference and language conference here from the different parts of the island. Thank you so much for being with us all 3 days. In closing, let us carry forward the ideas and inspiration from this conference, turning them into meaningful actions. Once again, sincere thanks to you, the organizing committee, for your vision and dedication. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rasika. Now we are going to hand over the responsibility of organizing the RESC Conference 2025 to a new team with the hope of experiencing another remarkable conference. Now, a representative from North Central Province, RESCA, Ms. Shamila Dharmasena, will hand over the duty of organizing the 27th National RESC Conference and the 12th National Conference on Language Assessment to Mrs. Malika de Soisa, a representative of Southern RESCA. Herewith, we are going to officially conclude the 26th National RESC Conference and the 11th National RESC Conference on Language Assessment 2024. Coming together is a beginning. Staying together is progress. Working together is success. Let's meet again with the 27th National RESC Conference and the 12th National Conference on Language Assessment in the year of 2025. Thank you for being with us.